quality options because that takes too long. Is it not connecting? Why?
Was it 2 or 3 weeks after you stopped doing quality options that just showed up?
It was like the next day.
It was the next day.
It was
literally.
ridiculous. Where are you? Oh, here you
There
are.
was a network error.
We're just gonna what?
You're a network error.
Yeah.
Ooh, Nick, don't know how to tell you this.
I just did.
Hello?
It's
Twitch,
fair.
are you broken? I think Twitch is broken.
My Twitch breaks all the time, but it's up for me.
Please hold.
What are you? What?
What are you? What?
All of his names. I'm trying to remember.
Oh my god! When did this happen?
Garr.
Hey, oh
24
shit!
months.
That's 2
When
years.
did that happen?
Holy shit!
Wait, Mom called you GarageBand?
Yes, she did. That was hilarious. I can't remember why, but she did indeed call me GarageBand.
That's great.
I don't even remember.
Garbage can.
Hey, thanks, Flex. Yep.
What do you mean my last
can.
message can't be the same as...
Wait, it's because you unmodded yourself, you little bitch.
Oh, damn.
I'm not even
unfortunate.
VIP.
I will give you the VIP. You now have the VIP.
The VIP doesn't work for that. Mod me, bitch.
Hey,
I
he's
cannot.
back. Let's see. Un-VIP. Nice. I read unzip at first, and I was like, Nathan.
Yeah, I was like, whoa.
A little forward.
Both, actually.
Let's see.
This is new music.
Actually, this is what I use for stream intro music every time. I just normally have it playing on Spotify instead of Foundry.
There's music?
Yeah. Nathan?
I don't hear it.
You guys are getting paid?
You guys are getting paid?
Oh, hold on. I didn't announce. Wow, it's like I've never streamed before.
Oh my gosh.
I
it's
mean, it
actually
has
not
been
giving
3 weeks.
duplicates. This is nice.
Go Canna, Raj.
Oh,
Fire a guy
Go
named
fire a
Roger.
guy named Roger. Yeah.
as
named
soon as I say it's not giving duplicates to duplicates.
Let's see. Okay, we do these.
Guacamole.
That's me.
I didn't mean to do
I think we
that.
might have run across. Oh, Go Gadget. Nathan did name me that. Thank you. Joel, welcome in.
What's up, Joel?
Haven't seen
Canada.
my names yet.
Duplicate
Carl?
sounds. Oh god. I gotta turn this down.
Carl.
Yeah, I just turned it down too. Go Gadget. I don't remember you doing that one, Nathan.
I don't either. I'm full of surprises.
Welcome to Jess. Hello. Am I actually a low quality hoe?
Oh, you
Please
are?
confirm. Oh shit,
First
let's
try.
go. Wow.
First try. See, that's what happens. You just gotta not
You don't
care.
give a shit.
Yep.
Yeah.
Just
then
gotta
it
not
doesn't.
care. There you go. You heard it here, y'all. Let me see. Do I have this? Maybe. Okay, so I didn't rewatch the VOD. It's been 3 weeks, so I'm gonna be missing a lot of stuff. Feel free
We're
to
gonna
jump
do a
in
joint recap.
and remember to get exactly. Zor, hello, welcome
What's up,
in.
Zor?
Thank you so much for the tier 1 resub, my guy. It's good to have you here. How are you doing, you beautiful bearded Viking? Oh my goodness. Oh, hi, Jess. Thank you for the Prime sub for also 22 months. Damn, y'all are on a spree today.
Let's go.
Hot damn. Oh, it's good to be back, y'all. All right. Like Trader, can't confirm, but also accurate. All right. So if nobody has any questions, camera, please. There we go.
Well,
Then
there's always the one lingering question, but
yes.
Are you wearing pants?
So what happened last session? Hold on, I don't have my recap music. You caught me off guard. Holy shit! 1 second. There, we got it.
I think he just shook his head and was like, yes, here we go.
Yeah.
Here we go.
All right. So, when last we left off, the party had just finished exiting the wonderfully rocky city of Sprocketon on their way towards Kradena, partially as a pit stop on their journey towards the city of Nidon, ultimately trying to venture into the Turanai Desert, not only to find a memoriam now that they've discovered from a while ago rests somewhere within the desert within this tri-spoked tower that was revealed to them on a floor plate, essentially, but also, as they learned along the way, possibly the city of Besmeden, where Joran shared that the greatest tinkers in the land, combined with quite possibly the first artificer, Mavis Shems, could create something groundbreaking that would propel Ador into a new age. Along the way, you ran into an assassin attack sent by the Order of the Dark Knight. And though they put up a good initial fight, they quickly fell off and you guys disposed of them, but you kept one alive to interrogate. Over the course of the interrogation, not a whole lot was discovered. They seemed to be well-trained assassins, although you did seem to figure out a couple things. That Athenor is not the top dog within the Order of the Dark Knight, which most of you already assumed, but also something about the assassins seemed to be saying that the ultimate gift for him, waiting on the other side of his devotion, was the gift of undeath, which wasn't something you'd heard before. May asked if he had the opportunity to do things differently, to choose a different path, if he actually would. And for a second, it looked like she got through to him. Ultimately, he seemed to resolve in his choice for his life, but it seemed like she gave him pause. And after killing him and bringing him back to life a couple times by accident, but also intentionally bringing him back, you essentially burned his eyes with necrosis and left him to die. But maybe he'll change his ways.
I don't know that, though.
You do not know that. In fact, I believe only Garr and Mavis are aware of that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I wiped him down good though, so he's alive.
Oh yeah. You wiped him down quite well.
I'm a pro wiper.
Anyways, on the next morning's arrived and you finally finished your journey towards the city of Kradena. Along the way, Mavis and Garr spoke at one point. Mavis shared a little bit more about his parents from Sunset Valley, saying that they were kind of the reason that he had such a strong opinion against religion. Shared their names with him. Garr tried to remember them, but wasn't really able to due to his very short time within Sunset Valley ultimately. But still, it showed him a little bit more of Mavis's character and what's caused him to make the choices that he's made so far. After arriving in Kradena, you quickly found that the guard force was very helpful, very inviting into the city. Then there was a small gathering of a crowd around this sort of makeshift theater with giant red curtains that were getting ready to be pulled back for a play. Each of you decided to venture your own ways within Kradena for different tasks. Zaos met with, first went up and asked a rather large burly man with a assortment of tattoos on him where he had them done, and he shared that there was a local shop named Inkstead that he highly recommended, best in the city, and Zaos quickly made his way in that direction. While Garr and May made their way towards the sanctuary, the local Ilmatari, or rather not even local, of all of Ador, the largest Ilmatari headquarters, Mavis decided to stay behind and hang out with Joran a little bit, but also observe the play, which over the course of it you discovered was a telling of, you couldn't tell if it was a specific event or more just generic knowledge of the relationship between Milil and Cadence and Cadenza. This sort of telling of a story that when the times got darkest, it's almost like they found their way to him and helped him to vanquish the darkness. The crowd had an assortment of opinions on how good the play was itself in terms of the acting, which was very overacted. But nevertheless, Mavis and Joran made their way towards the library afterwards to kind of just talk and also research a couple things that Mavis wanted to look into. May and Garr, meanwhile, made their way to the sanctuary, where upon entering, you saw a massive 100-foot tall statue that reached towards the ceiling that was carved out of a probably 20-foot diameter pillar. The stonework, absolutely incredible. A sort of Sistine Chapel feel with paintings on the ceiling and echoed on the ground, telling a story of Ilmater standing in between this gap, holding back darkness for the innocents below. And then something caught May's eye, as she saw somebody that she thought she recognized, but turned out to be the twin sister of this person that she never knew about. Evelynn, who introduced herself as Evelynn Dunley, a very sweet old woman that seemed very keen on just, once she realized that May knew her sister, just trying to ask, like, what are you doing here? What, like, how did you get here? All kinds of questions like that, though not too in-depth. Ultimately, she let May decide to just take care of whatever business she was going to take care of here, and made her way towards the Templars of the Ilmatari, while Garr decided to venture deeper into the sanctuary in search of a local library for some research he was doing. And finally, Zaos scheduled an appointment at Inkstead with Perrin Rothra, a half-elf that seemed to do a masterful job at the finishing touches on a client that he was working with just as Zaos entered. Scheduled it for the next morning and made his way outside with the sun setting over the western horizon, over the walls of Kradena as he made his way towards the sanctuary. That is where we'll pick up. Did I miss anything important? Because I just went into
That honestly was
auto
very
pilot.
good.
Okay, cool.
Spot
Then,
I forgot
in
all
case-
that stuff.
I would say you left out some like details in little conversations here and there, but that's fine.
That's the ones I
How dare
expected
you,
too.
Josh.
Yeah.
What
If
the
there was
fuck?
anything, if there was anything important though, please let me know. So,
Yeah, I'm just
being
missing the
said-
Kradena map. Where do I pull that up?
oh yeah, so Mavis, correct, TG.
Correct. Okay.
Yes, Mavis. As you make your way a little bit westward within the city of Kradena, you find yourself walking over the cobblestone ground with this very Gaelic architecture around you. Tan buildings, ones that are kind of seem like they've stood the test of time a little bit more. They're a little bit older, but don't look run down. They just look aged. A lot of it very like stone roofing, some of it actually like shingled roofing as well. But overall, a very inviting town. People seem to be winding down for the evening as you see some people venturing into taverns, other people venturing just into homes, others hanging out on the side of the road on benches and just conversing with each other. Joran walks next to you as you make your way towards the western end here. Something that you do notice actually is several of the members that were acting on stage merely minutes ago are making their way towards a larger building, very ornate, not so much in like glamour, but just in how magnificent it is. And you see this banner's a loose term. It's more just like a slightly curved wooden plank, very elegantly carved on the front of it, says Grand Theater, or the Grand Theater rather.
Steering clear.
Oh yeah, you merely take note. It seems that whatever this was going on outside is a smaller part of a larger establishment. Basically, what you
Understood.
gather.
Cool.
But as you walk next to Joran, you see him not fully paying attention right now. He's just sort of walking and has a bag open to his side as he's rummaging through papers and just kind of pulls one out every once in a while, puts another one back in. Yeah.
The ones that he pulls out, first of all, have I seen them before? Were they
Some
any
of
the
them you
ones that-
have. Some of them you have.
Okay. Can I discern what they're about when he pulls them out?
The majority of the ones, actually, make me a perception check.
Okay.
The light's getting
If
a
it
little
goes by
bit dimmer
too
here.
fast, that's fine. It just
It's
was-
not so much speed.
Okay.
The light's getting a little dimmer.
Sorry,
and
I
just
didn't
to
have my
see.
character sheet open.
Nah, you're good.
Perception. Oh, not a bad first
Oh
roll.
yeah, nice. Okay. You notice pretty easily that Joran seems to be spending a little bit of extra time whenever he pulls out something related to Project Artificer, and immediately puts back anything that's not related to that.
Okay.
It seems like he's trying to
Um,
collect a bunch of information together for this.
Copy that. Refresh my memory. We didn't tell him about Sunset, correct?
Correct.
Okay. I just wanted to be sure.
So, that play back there,
Oh, yeah.
you heard much about Millil and the gods in general, or do you
Actually-
do you yourself consider yourself a devout gnome, or
Well, I mean, I grew up mostly with the dwarves. A lot of them are elementalists. Not entirely believers in creation song. I myself am somewhere in between, simply because I see merit to both.
somewhere in
Um,
between? So you haven't decided on either, then you're saying?
Correct, yes. I follow neither. I more have stuck to my inventions and the practical side of life.
Well, then I guess you and I are in the same vessel.
Well,
Um,
just one more thing then. Makes the Union clearly set in stone for this, so to
I
speak.
realize now though that I spent a long time denying their existence, and well, I can't do that anymore.
You see him kind of slow down a little bit and like latch close this satchel that he has with him.
Didn't believe that they existed at all, you mean?
No, I didn't.
If
Everything
you,
that that could be done by the devout folk back where I came from, well, I could replicate. Small town. So, not very impressive. Turns out the world's a lot larger than I thought.
Forgive me, I haven't met many people that don't believe they exist at all, merely on the fence of which one to choose to follow.
Yeah, I'm special.
Yes, you are, Mavis Shems.
He puts his hand on your shoulder. You get almost in the best way without him being overt about it, almost proud.
Okay.
Yes,
Aw,
you
I
are.
was thinking something else.
No, very proud.
Understood.
But
okay.
and then he takes his hand off and
It's partially why I'm coming to the library here. I feel like I'm behind on a lot of things here. Magic and deities and the like I shunned most of my life, so...
I forget, did you tell him that you saw these in your dreams?
Yes.
I can't remember.
Yes.
I thought you did.
I thought so.
Okay.
If I didn't, let's say that along the car trip I would have.
Okay.
Because
That's what I was
he
curious
didn't-
about.
He did.
I think I said it during there. So if he
Okay.
was listening at all, he would have heard it.
I see. You see him kind of not stop, but slow down a little bit as he's kind of gathering his thoughts.
You said that these appeared to you in a dream, right?
Yeah, I just thought it was my, inventive nature at play, and I just made it exactly as I saw in the dream, not really knowing what it meant, but I guess it had some meaning.
It makes it no less special if you were chosen to be the first artificer from some higher power.
Chosen, yeah.
Forgive me if I have overstepped. Like I said, I myself am somewhere in the middle, but
I just always thought that I was self-made, and always would be.
well, Mavis Shems, I've not met anybody else that was more self-made than you. Even from what little I know about you, you seem very keen on going after what you believe in and making it happen. That's an honorable trait, respectable.
With that being said, what I believe in, this artificer thing you keep talking about, I see you keep
Yes.
pulling out papers with regards to it, and I need to know all that I can about it. If I actually am one of these things, I need to know what I am.
I agree. Who knows? Perhaps these documents were forged by a deity as well. Though I don't see any signature on them or anything of the sort. But in such a way to wait for somebody of the right mind to take up the mantle, somebody self-made, be able to marry the two of magic and innovation.
So they chose someone who would be self-made
Precisely.
to carry the title. Okay,
Think about it.
interesting.
Somebody to be the first of merely a concept, an artificer. They would have to be pretty incredible.
How did this concept come about if no one's
Oh.
ever seen one?
I wish I knew. I've only gathered sporadic evidence throughout the years, and even then it's indiscernible at best. The most that I can, decipher from these.
You guys eventually do find yourself standing in front of the library, which
Yeah.
seems like it's closing down for the evening. Not closed yet, though. Some people are inside still just gathering of books, hushed whispers in corners, and a clerk at a small, probably 5-foot wide desk that stands in the middle of where several bookshelves line, going both left and right as you enter, with a large sort of like inset table wall towards the back.
Gotcha. Actually, random question just popped in my mind.
Sure.
How's like the race spread in this town? Like, is it diverse or?
You notice that you see the occasional half elf, as well as elf. You've seen maybe 1 or 2 dwarves, probably more from their proximity, how close you are to Gildeth. But definitely, this is like the majority, 80 to 90% human.
Okay, cool.
Yeah.
Yeah, so I'm here to get a few books, but I'm more interested in those, to be quite honest.
And I pointed the documents that he has.
Be entirely honest with you, so am I. Perhaps over.
And he starts pointing towards a table where you see an empty table, small, circular, with 2 benches that don't, or not really benches, sorry, but actually like proper chairs with backs on them. He scoots 2 of them up and starts spreading out this list of papers. keeps continuing pulling one out after another as you see kind of a surface paper, the one that he showed you that has in big bold print Project Artificer across the top written in common. But the rest of them seem to be a variety of things. Make me an intelligence check.
All right. Let's go.
Damn. Okay. You notice pretty quickly that probably 3/4 of these you've seen before. Concepts ranging anywhere from mechanical devices that were meant to store permanent magic, to spells, and something that you notice though that you haven't seen yet is this depiction of a set of smith tools, and sort of like 3 different stages. The first one you see like raw depictions of raw ore and an unlit furnace. In the next depiction, you see this sort of like gathering of magical energy, which is difficult to tell on just a simple like pencil drawn onto this paper. And then in the last image, you see a set of smith's tools sitting on a table and a lit forge.
What do you know of this depiction?
Oh, this one. I am not entirely sure. There's no writing to associate with it, but based on what it seems to be saying, well, first there weren't tools, and then there were. I suppose it could be some sort of conjuring. I do know from what little I learned about the dwarves that conjuration is a school of magic. Perhaps it would make sense for an artificer to be able to do such a thing.
I mean, I've made my own tools before, but not in 3 steps, as this seems to be saying.
Perhaps we could try it, if you've never attempted before.
Well, no, of course I haven't. But how? How do I do?
And
Does
after he
think real
takes
hard,
it, after he takes it, you hear him kind of chuckle as he's like spreading it or pushing some other papers away and puts this one like front and center for you.
No, Mavis Shems. As you can see, there seems to be some. I believe these are runes, from what little I know of magic, and they appear to resemble what you have on your gauntlets there. Perhaps it's some sort of combination, right, of both the runes as well as thinking is what you called it?
Brain power. I was right all along.
Forgive me, I don't know the specifics of how to perform
We
a
don't
spell.
need to. Okay, so you're saying I need to put these runes onto ore? Or raw materials of some sort, and then think?
Perhaps the materials themselves are not even required. It seems to specifically, I believe the ore is more a representation of what the tools are meant to do. First, to understand that they are smith's tools, but I don't believe it has to do with the ore. I believe it has to do with the tools themselves.
So I have to, in some way, depict these.
Are the runes clearly depicted of what they should be?
Yes, they are.
Or okay.
So I have to somehow depict these runes, and then think about it using brain power, and then tool.
Forgive me, if this is all true, then you're the artificer, not me. I only
That's
have the
fair.
schematics.
I mean,
also
first-
with the 24 intelligence check, something that you do notice is sitting a little bit next to the paper. Flash of Genius isn't magical, is it?
No.
Yeah, I didn't think it was.
It's just my large cranium.
Give me 1 second. I need to check on
Alright.
something. Okay. Yeah, this makes sense actually. Sitting off to the side, as you're kind of looking over these runes, it kind of catches your eye. Is another sheet of paper depicting a turret, a single small turret in 2 stages. You recognize it immediately because of well, all 3 turrets that you have. But because of your 24 intelligence, the runes that are, because runes are on your turrets, if I'm not mistaken, right?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, I believe so.
The runes on these turrets are different.
Interesting.
Even though it's the same turret, the runes themselves are different.
huh?
Kind of like slide the paper over.
Interesting.
That one doesn't have to do with this same thing.
No, I know, but it does have to do with something I've already created. I've made things like these before, but it's slightly different.
You have.
And you see him slide the papers over a little bit.
Well, I've made turrets. There's 3 different kinds, but they have a different set of, well, symbols on them, or runes, as you call them.
Different. Yours are different from this.
I pull one of the small turrets out.
Jeffrey.
Like this?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Actually, this one's George.
Oh, my
Thank
bad.
you very
My
much.
apologies.
He takes a second to look at it, looks down at the schematics.
These are indeed different. But yours seem to be working perfectly fine. What would happen if you were to switch them?
I don't know. I guess we'll try it, huh? Just not here, because I don't know what it would do.
Oh, I suppose that's a good point. Would you like to do the same for this, then?
As he brings back the initial paper of these 3 different depictions of tools.
Very much so.
Perhaps just outside the city walls, just in case something goes wrong.
Good call. Yeah,
Follow me.
I like that idea.
He scoops up all the papers.
First though, I'm gonna peruse real quick.
I'm just gonna
Oh,
grab
of
like
course.
3 books.
Okay.
3 to 5 books or so. If they have anything on like deities for dummies or some shit.
Okay.
And then like other stuff about like that for magic
Okay.
as well.
Make me an investigation check.
Yes, y'all.
Actually.
I'm actually indeed, yeah.
All right. In that case, a 20. All right, give me 1 second. Okay, so you take probably the better part of about 20 minutes just looking through this. This does appear to be a pretty good sized library. It doesn't have, it has 2 levels, though not like, it's more height than it is width.
I would ask how long I could like, when do they expect the ship back by? Like,
Sure.
could I carry it with me forever? Amen.
you go up to the front where the clerk is currently standing at. A brunette woman, human female, with hair kind of in a little bit of a curl just above her shoulders, spectacles on, as you kind of would expect from a librarian, looking down at a book. She looks down towards you as you approach.
Hello, how can I help you?
Hi, how long could I check one of these books out for? I'm traveling, but I have quite a few topics that I'd like to research on. So,
Well, it's all based on, well, rate. It's 2 silver a day, depending on the size of the book. Some of our larger tomes are a bit more expensive.
could I buy them outright? Do you do that?
If you want, I could have, depending on the one that you would like to buy, one transcribed, but all books here are only available for rental.
I don't have time for that.
Ain't nobody got time for that.
You're damn right. You know, on second thought, actually,
Is there something you're looking for? Can I help you in some way?
well, just anything on deities or magic or something for someone who maybe knows nothing about them.
I believe we do have some on that, though, depending on what you're looking for, deities, you'll probably find something more useful over in the sanctuary on the eastern side of Kradena.
That makes sense.
But if you would like, I could assist you. We're still open for another 20 minutes or so. I could assist you to...
On second thought, I'll pass for now. I probably won't be back here for a while, so I don't know when I'd be able to return them, and I don't want a fat fee when I come back, so...
Well... it is, of course, your prerogative. So, if you do change your mind, though, feel free to drop back by, and I'll help if I can.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
And she
Goodbye.
Goodbye.
You can see she seems very bright for a librarian, even though she speaks softly, trying not to disturb anyone around here. You see Joran standing near the door, just still pulling out one piece of paper after another, spending a bit longer looking at it now as he waits for you.
Okay.
I already have this book and those, so I think I have enough for now. Let's go.
Very well. To outside Kradena's walls, then.
And he turns and walks out the door as you follow him. Zaos. After exiting Inkstead and scheduling your tattoo appointment for the next morning, you find yourself walking on the cobblestone roads of Kradena, heading off east towards the massive Gothic architecture of the sanctuary that you see rising above the rest of the buildings around here, easily an extra couple hundred feet. As you're walking along the road, I need you to make a perception check.
Sorry, something really weird just happened.
Sure.
Perception?
Perception. Damn. Okay. You walk for a few minutes as you kind of make your way back towards the main thoroughfare that runs through the center of this town that, as you saw when you first entered, the town split into kind of 2 to 3 separate layers depending on how far in you go, all like held up by natural stone retaining walls where sort of zigzagging stairs have been built in so you can travel up into the next level. As you make your way back towards the main thoroughfare, though, you notice almost immediately Killian Galliman walking on his way seemingly back towards, which you can even see from here with the giant green and gold banners on it, the Galliman estate. And you catch his eye pretty much as he catches yours, and there's that moment of like, oh, it's you, oh, it's you. You see him kind of cock his head a little bit, clearly recognizing you.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, there's that Spider-Man meme moment, exactly.
You.
Yeah. He kind of stops where he's going and makes his way just off the path, approaching you. Zaos, is it?
Yes.
I never forget a name. Zaos Balrus, correct?
Yes.
What are you doing in Kradena? It's been easily 3 weeks or more since I last saw you in the city of Kalcheth. It's quite a journey.
Yes. We've traveling up to Nidon actually. So
Nidon?
we're just stopping by.
Well, it seems that your exploits have not left. The hell am I trying to say? That your exploits precede you. I heard of some of the party's encounters. If I'm not mistaken, a small town, Teu, was rescued from darkness by a small band of adventurers of a half-elf, a dragonborn, a human, a gnome, and an elf. First Kalcheth with the dark portal, and then a forest overcome by darkness. And then, if I'm not mistaken, our town criers have just informed me that a certain Mavis Shems just took first place at the inventory.
Yes, he did. It was a surprisingly spectacular event. Everyone performed quite well, but Mavis definitely took the show.
Well, you seem quite. Your reputation is on the rise very quickly. If you don't mind my saying, what is it that you seek in Nidon?
Well, while I was there, I was planning on picking out a new outfit. My current one's getting a little tethered.
Is this an official Balrus outfit that you wear now?
It was a gift from my mentor. Actually, it is, and the shirt that I'm clearly not wearing actually has our family crest on the back, but
of course.
It's non-traditional colors for the Balruses, as I picked purple.
Well,
it's more my favorite color.
Well, all of you seem like a non-traditional group, so it seems to be befitting to you. But Nidon, you say?
Yes, I've never been there. Anything I should be looking out for while we head there? I know there's talk of it being not the safest place.
You do find all walks of life within Nidon, it is true. This could include unsavory folk as well as, common folk. But of course, as I'm sure you know with your nobility, history with them, that the Highstock royal family also resides there, or at least Adrian.
Yes. I have not met any of them.
Zaos. You see him kind of like take a little bit more of a relaxed stance. This leather robe that he wears, just kind of open face, almost like an open trench coat, though not quite a trench coat. Damn, that looks good. Oh my lord. I saw Nathan say, what the fuck is that?
Weird rumble from the skies.
Oh, that was me.
I swear it said, damn, this is good.
Oh, that was the DM. Good. Sorry, he comes around here often. But you see him in a more relaxed stance, but also pensive.
Hmm.
I have a proposition for you. Why don't you drop by tomorrow morning to our family estate? I'd like to offer you all breakfast and discuss something with you.
Would lunch do better? I have an appointment in the morning.
Of course. Perhaps around,
Okay.
well, midday,
Okay.
late morning.
Sure thing. I can.
Are all of you
definitely
here?
Gather everyone. Yes. Yes.
Very well. Well, then, in that case, drop by whenever you have time. I should be there most of the day. And I hope to see you there.
Is there anything I need to say to, I assume, your gate guardsman or anything when we get there?
Simply, and he takes just like a small piece of paper, probably like cardstock size, though not cardstock material, and writes his signature on it real quick, along with a short message in common allowing entry, essentially. Hand this to them. Should allow you to get in.
All right. Thank you.
Of course. Well, I shall see you tomorrow then.
Yes, you have a good rest of your night.
And you as well, Zaos. He kind of straightens his jacket and turns around and continues along the main road. And you continue, unless you're going anywhere else.
No.
Okay.
I have a card for lunch day.
All right. So you continue to make your way towards the sanctuary. And the sanctuary still has the same music as May's room in the meantime. So 1 second. That easy? Where did it go? It's been so long I don't even know where my playlists are. Please hold. Aha! I found you. Sweet. May and Garr. Immediately after talking with Evelynn, you guys kind of shortly walk towards different parts of the sanctuary within here, where some people are still, a lot of people kind of heads down in prayer, others speaking with some clerics along here, which May, you do note that though red is still a feature of the clothing that they wear, it's not the predominant feature for the clerics. A lot of them wear mostly white, with the red being a sort of trim and accent. It's a little bit different than the clothing and the attire in Trigate, but very clearly still the same people. Is there anything you guys are doing as far as after your conversation with Evelynn, or are you going separate ways?
I'm in the study.
Yeah,
Okay.
He was gonna go to the library, and I was gonna go talk to Hector.
Okay. Then in that case, we will start with Garr. As you make your way towards the library, this local library within here, you make your way towards the back of the sanctuary, where you see a single clerk, for lack of a better term, just a manager of the different books here, which it's actually a relatively good-sized library. It's not like just a single bookshelf. They do have appearing to be quite a bit of literature, a lot of older tomes in here as well. Some of them not even bearing any like images or text on the front of them, just simple leather-bound books. You see dark stone shelves, a couple stained glass windows up probably a good 15 feet on the wall immediately opposite you as you enter, and a few rows of bookshelves in here. What are you doing in particular?
I'll approach the person working the library.
Okay. You see a human male, actually sort of like blondish hair, relatively short overall though, with the same like white cloth robes with the red trim on them, and also red prayer beads that he currently has in his hands, putting a tome back onto a shelf as he turns towards you. Hello.
Oh, hello. I was wondering if you could assist me in finding a couple of books.
Of course, if they're here, I'll do my best to assist you. What is it specifically that you're looking for?
Well, I know that this is a Church of Ilmater, but I was hoping to find information on Melora and Kelemvor.
Melora. Second, I need to... I accidentally added 56 to that roll. 1 second. Okay, cool. I've heard of her, goddess of the sea, and Kalimvor.
God of death. Well,
God of the dead, if I'm not mistaken.
the dead, yes.
I'm not entirely sure how much we have on them. I haven't seen as much as you've mentioned. This is primarily a Church of Ilmater, but I suppose we'll see what we can find.
Sure.
Come
And I
with me.
guess, while we're at it, just any basic introduction book to Ilmater.
Oh, well, that I
Something
can do.
about who they are and what they're about.
In that case, and you see him pretty quickly reach over for a tome that's actually like sitting on a podium.
It's all just the same copy of this book, and we're playing it off as
Exactly.
one of us.
The abridged version. He pulls this small. It's not a super large tome. It's not like it's an Ilmatari Bible. This appears to be something
Pamphlet.
smaller. A pamphlet, exactly. Yeah. This is a short telling of Ilmater's nature, not his achievements, nor it's the religion to follow him, but who he is as a deity.
Perfect. So, just-
You won't be allowed to take this outside of the sanctuary, but
oh, no, that's fine.
of course. Then
No.
to find your other material, follow me and make me a investigation check with advantage because he's helping you.
Investigation. Lammin.
Okay. It takes you the better part of 20 minutes or so before you find let's roll for this.
So, I'm okay with spending as much time as it takes. I'm in no
Okay.
hurry because I know that if I don't get any sleep, I'm not doing anything anyways besides writing in the card. So
Yeah, fair. Okay. Then in that case, with that in mind, you do find a tome relating to. Also make me a religion check here, actually. I want to check something.
okay, yep, really good at those.
Nice. Okay. You find a tome that appears to be more of a sort of generic overview of several deities, actually. Less like religious teachings or followers or tenets or anything like that. Almost just like it's weird. It doesn't have any wording on the front of it. Like I said, a very simple leather-bound book that actually has straps around it. As you find it with this clerk that's been following you, he pulls it out and undoes the leather straps on it. And you see inside, you see a page dedicated to Ilmater. You see a page dedicated to, I have to open this up actually. Let's see.
At first glance,
Mm-hmm.
does it seem like it's just like a breakdown of like name of God, alignment, like domain?
Kind of, yes. Along with just a
You
little.
found Zaos's notes.
Yes, exactly. On the front it says obsidian. Let me see. Where did I put this? Right here, there. No, it's not. Hello? Where's my... Found it. Okay, so you find a section in the beginning for Ilmater. Then you find the next couple pages seem to be telling of deities that rule over specific races. Kind of similar to what May and I believe Zaos were just talking about. You find an entry for Moradin, the dwarven god of creation, that seems to be father of the dwarves. You find an entry for Corellin, father of the elves. And actually, those are the only two in here that you see. On the next page, though, immediately following, you see less race, more domain of Ador.
Okay.
And that's where you see an entry for Melora. Looking into the text a little bit, You find mention of what you're used to, her symbol being a wave folding over on itself in a circle, that she's goddess of the sea. But as you continue reading, you find that this title of goddess of the sea, or rather that it being her domain, you find mention of it being shared shared being a loose term in terms of like the lore is shared with elementalism, but they claim that the ruler of the sea is the domain of Aquarius. This book pretty clearly seems to define that Melora is the true goddess of the sea, with Aquarius being not like an evil imposter or anything like that, but more a servant. More like somebody that... How do I put this? An agent of power. Does that make sense?
Okay.
Almost describing like somebody that would bring in storms, powerful waves, that sort of thing. But it does seem to very clearly define that relationship between them.
As I'm flipping through, do I notice that trend with all gods compared to elemental, like prime elementals? Does it seem like whoever wrote this book was very much like the prime elementals weren't it? They were the lesser, although powerful beings.
With your 18 religion check, that is a theme that you see pretty repeated.
Okay.
You do see mention of, and I have to name this deity still, but you do see mention of, oh no, hold on, I had a name. I literally just thought of it earlier and I didn't write it down. I'll have to find the name probably during the halfway point. But a deity of the sun. And that's where Kindra is referenced as a servant. Moradin is pretty clear that Roke is mentioned as a servant. And then what one would make sense for the winds? I almost think Yu Liang would make sense for the winds. For the time being, we'll say that
Sure.
Yu Liang, goddess of the moon, that Rua was considered an agent of change.
So there's no, so it's not more in detail than that though, really, right?
That seems to be the primary. Make me one last in perception check actually for this one.
Just normal perceptions.
Normal perception. Okay. You do notice on the final pages of this book, towards the back, there is a faded section. Not like the text itself is actually faded, almost like there's an old indent where somebody would have been writing on the previous page. That the page was probably removed, but the indent remains and you barely catch it. Like, very barely. A symbol of a four-spoked cog in the corner of the page.
Wait. So towards the back, like
Towards the back.
end of the book.
Not like a signature for the overall book, like there was more to the book.
Does it look like there's pages missing?
As you look through the
now
book,
that I see this and like,
actually for this one, it's not going to be perception. Make me an investigation check now that you're actively investigating this book. Something's interesting. You make a thorough investigation of this book. It is more like the page disappeared. Less like it was ripped out or like intentionally, removed in that respect. You don't even see a place in the binding as you look straight to the spine of the book where any evidence remains.
Sir.
Yes. He closes a tome that he has open.
I'm going to need to hold on to this for the evening. I will be staying here this evening.
Well, that's
so
all
I will
right.
return it.
It simply must not leave the grounds of the sanctuary. As long as you remain here, that's fine.
Right. What was your name, sir?
Gerard.
Gerard. Right.
I was not a butler.
Yes, I'm going to hold on to both of these.
Very well.
The Elmater book and they'll be with me, and I won't leave. I don't plan on leaving this establishment this evening.
Very well. In that case, simply return them to me whenever you're finished with them.
Thank you for your assistance, Gerard.
Of course. If you need me, I sleep here and work here, so I'll still be here.
Perfect. I'll come find you when I need you. Thank you. And I'll start making my way to I guess I don't know where I'm sleeping yet, so
It's true.
I'll just start making my way back to that main room
Sure.
that we entered, and then on my way there, I want to send 2 messages.
Oh, okay.
With sending.
Sure.
First one to Giovanni Hilder.
Ah, okay.
Giovanni, this is Garr. I'm looking deeper into Laura. Did she have enemies? If so, what can you tell me about that? Thank you. It's 25.
You wait a few seconds. It's kind of weird. Make me a persuasion check.
Really?
Yeah.
Persuasion.
Okay.
Yes, dude.
Yes, dude. You wait a few seconds and you hear back, Garr. It's Giovanni. He's not going to be personal. She did have an enemy. According to religious texts. Give me 1 second. I have to think about this. Okay. We don't know much about them. Only their name. Elentos.
Beep, boop, boop, bop. Elentos was his name. Oh. Can I get some spelling, Dion?
Yes, you can. Elentos.
Elentos.
It's them sickly toes.
Norma. Emily. Alright. I could send him another message, but I'll leave that for now.
Okay.
Second message is going to Mavis.
Oh, okay.
I know I could use the ring, but
Oh,
yeah.
okay. Sure.
Privacy.
Mhm.
Mavis, I have found information. Information, sort of, pertaining to the cog. I'm at the sanctuary. No rush. Okay, bye.
I like it.
Mavis, at this point, given how much time was done in research, you would be in the middle of working with Joran outside, which we'll get to,
Oh.
but
Okay.
just so you know your setting.
Copy that.
How do you sort of find information? Regardless, I'll be there soon. That was my next stop anyway. I'm outside the city with Joran now.
Okay.
Make my way to the main hall, looking for Evelynn.
Evelynn, yes. That was her name. Okay. You make your way to the main hall. While you're doing that, May. There we go. Hold on, do I have this? Yes, I do. You make your way outside into this sort of, it's like a closed-in courtyard area, though not meant for visiting, more just for open training. You see a row of training dummies. Actually, this music isn't quite right for this.
I was like, this is a really peaceful
yeah.
training area.
Yeah, for real. Which, to be fair, this isn't much less peaceful, but...
I need more sound.
Oh, I'm sorry. In that case.
Sorry.
Oh, no, don't you worry. Oh, no, I don't have it. Damn it. So, you make your way outside, where you see a small group of Ilmatari Templars, like 5, currently in the midst of quite though not well. So you make your way outside, and probably about 5 of them are currently squaring off against a few training dummies, 2 in particular off to your left immediately as you exit this probably 30-foot by 30-foot training area. Just plain dirt on the ground where it's clearly been made for sparring and be able to fall down and not get seriously injured. You currently see somebody else off to the side with a bow and arrow, actually against a different set of target dummies. And then what appears to be this, what did I say his name was? Hector. This Hector individual that... Hold on. Give me 1 second. Did I say that wrong? No, I didn't. Okay, it is Hector. I thought I gave you the wrong name.
I was like, he's written as Hector.
Yeah. No, you're right. Hector currently with a sword squared off against a younger man, also clad in armor. They currently cross swords ahead of you as they appear to be just preparing for a sparring match. These swords are very clearly blunted. You can see even from here, from what you're used to, noticing a training weapon. And you see within a matter of 5 seconds flat, Hector parries a slash from this younger man and knocks him on his ass. And the young man just hits the ground with a ow. And you see Hector immediately reach down, grasp his hand, and pull him up.
Can I tell if that's because Hector is that skilled or that person was that unskilled?
Good question. Make me an insight check.
Nick took all the good rolls. Just kidding.
Oh.
I was a little scared. I was going to roll like 2s.
Right? It doesn't take you long to notice at all. You're used to not only the Ilmatari training in Trigate, where actual soldiers reside, but also your training from your mother. Though Hector is not unskilled, the younger man is very unskilled. That's probably why he fell on his ass, primarily.
Got it. If I just take like a quick once over to check everyone else, like, are they holding the bow right? Do they have a good stance? Like, real quick.
Yeah, I'll take the same insight check, actually. The person with the bow off to the side, they're almost timid with it. They appear to be not pulling the bowstring as far back as they should be. Like, they're very much afraid of the weapon. You see the 2 off to the side are taking haphazard... yeah, they're taking haphazard swings at these training dummies to the point where it's not inept, but they're very clearly, like, still training. You get the sense, actually, just from observing this, almost in a matter of seconds, like, damn, Trigate's Ilmatari are actually military trained. This is very clearly not.
This is sad.
This is sad by comparison, yes. However, you do notice, assessing Hector's stance, he does appear to be well-trained, but there are other non-captains within the Ilmatarian Trigate that you know are probably better than him.
Yeah, I could name like 4.
Yes, you can. You notice as he pulls the young man up off the ground, this Hector individual who looks like probably about early 40s, graying hair under his helmet that he's currently wearing that appears to be pulled back up, probably underneath the helmet. A kind expression on his face, though aged, not aged. What's the word for somebody that's seen a lot of shit?
Old.
Yes, and old, experienced, weathered. Let's go with weathered. Yes, a weathered look.
Continue.
Yeah, but yes, a weathered expression on his face. He kind of furrows his brows as he looks towards you. We're not accepting any recruits tonight. Oh, whoa! As you see him kind of assess the situation for a moment, notice your armor, because you are traveling in armor, if I'm not mistaken.
Actually, I don't travel in my armor.
Oh, okay.
That's uncomfortable because I wear heavy armor.
Yes, you do.
So no. I probably look like a commoner.
Then in that case,
with a shield and a flail. So if there's no markings on my shield or flail, because we never discussed that. So
I feel like there would be on your shield.
Okay, so my shield's on my back, and then
yeah, so he wouldn't see them. And your flail, yeah. Oh yeah, your prayer beads though. But nevertheless, he probably wouldn't notice those too much. So, but that's what he with a hand kind of out, not like aggressively, just like you're probably in the wrong spot.
Are you Hector Tildith?
Yes, I am.
Hi, my name is May Marivaldi, Templar Captain of the Trigate Division.
Oh, you see him sheath his weapon. Everyone, that's enough for the day.
Wait, actually, I was hoping to train with you.
Train with us? Forgive me, I'd never been to Trigate, but we have heard the rumors. To be entirely honest with you, I don't know that there's anything you could learn from us.
Well, there's always something to learn no matter where you are. That's first. And secondly, perhaps you could learn something from me as I just look around the training area.
You see, you can audibly hear as everybody stopped and staring at you, just the as the tension on the bow like goes as they're just slowly like coming down from their combat stance. One of them sheaths a sword, another one puts a shield on their back. Well, everyone, I guess we're going to extend the training for a little bit longer. Yeah, not every day we get an opportunity like this, but if I might ask, what are you doing in Kradena? A Templar captain of Trigate. We hadn't heard of any missions posted for us to attend.
No, I'm just traveling at the moment.
And simply wish to offer us your knowledge?
Yes, as I look around again, I'm like, perhaps it'll help Templars everywhere.
Well, take notes, all of you. We have ourselves a Templar captain from Trigate, not only with the knowledge and experience, but also humility. Of course, we will accept any training you have to give.
Yes.
And he kind of starts walking towards you a little bit and like whispers towards you as he gets closer. They're in rough shape. It's gonna take some serious work.
Oh. I'm really trying to keep it in.
Yeah. But the rest of them seem to be kind of gathered in a sort of semicircle towards you, just with weapons. The one with the bow still has the bow in their hands, while everybody else has pretty much sheathed their weapons. It's almost like they don't know what to do with it. They're just holding it there haphazardly.
Considering the situation they're in, I'm probably going to send the two that we're sparring to go spar together for a little bit.
Okay.
Allow Hector to continue whatever he was doing with the other person, but remind Hector that winning the sparring session isn't everything when you're trying to teach someone. And I'm actually going to spend time with the bowman first and try to convince him that the bow is your friend.
Which, as you get closer, actually now with the setting sun and everybody gathered around you, realize it's actually a young woman with the bow, with kind of a cap on, not actually a helmet, more like mid-level ranger attire, meant to be a balance of stealth and defense. Leather armor on, sort of like tanned leggings that are thin enough to allow them agility. You see her still with the bow hanging down at her side. Hector, though, when you mention all of this to him, does lean over before you leave. By the way, there's shit with the shield. If you could find something to do about that, show them the right way to hold it to actually anticipate an attack. I've been trying my best, but I'm tired.
Of course.
Thank you. And he walks over.
Anyway, so I'm gonna ask the bow woman. Actually, you know what? What am I even saying? Hi, I'm May. Before we even start.
You see. Actually, give me 1 second. I need to pull something up.
I was about to be like, show me your stance.
Show me your stance.
I didn't hear a yes, sir. No, I'm kidding.
Yes, sir. We're that's reminding me of Tyler's Garr thing. Yeah. Hold on. There it is.
Good stick.
I need to look for one thing. Where are you? Okay, I didn't. You are correct. That's what. Okay. So you make me a what would this be? A history check, I guess. No, I believe. Natural. Oh. Okay. Yeah. Sure. You did. It's a 3 and a 2. There it is. Okay. You see a young woman, dark hair, right? Yeah, dark hair, just past her shoulders, a kind expression on her face, but very clearly also not scared, but just unsure. As she stands with the bow hanging down at her side, still in one hand, a quiver kind of like cockeyed on the back of her, just slung over her shoulders, as she looks at you with a sort of like trying to have a half smile of confidence. Hi.
Your name is?
Lily.
Okay. Lily, why don't you take your archer stance towards that target?
Oh, yeah, of course.
She takes an arrow and tries to, for a good 3 seconds, like knock it in the right spot. Pulls it back, and you see her back is very rigid. Her arms are too like straight, not enough of like relief in them to where she's feeling the bow. It's very clearly like she's almost trying to follow technique too hard. You can almost hear like the of the arrow as it's not fully knocked in the right place.
All right, hold that stance for a second. And I'm going to go in and correct every single thing, including the quiver, because that's going to irk me.
Yeah.
And I'm going to fix her elbow, make sure it's lined up with her cheek. Her elbow is back, a whole 9 yards. Checking her feet to make sure they're in a good stance, too.
Okay. Make me, just a blanket check. What would this be?
Roll proficiency in martial weapons? Sure.
I mean, yes.
I don't know. Can you actually? I don't know what that means.
Make me, for the sake of this, since it's your knowledge of the subject, make me an intelligence check with proficiency bonus.
I'll just roll religion then.
Yeah, that works. Okay.
Yeah, I'm doing great.
Sure. You take a few seconds and you try and fix the stance, particularly with her elbow, a little bit more relaxed tension to it, make her back not so straight like a board, And then you move the quiver. It's a little bit too far, and you move the quiver, and it's a little bit too far, and you move the quiver. And then it's just that looks better. That looks better. As she releases the arrow, and you see it fling wide, probably by a good 5 feet, and etch into a retaining wall that they have on the other side, where now that you look at it, there's about half a dozen other arrows still just embedded into it. Yeah, and you see her.
It didn't work. Was I doing it wrong?
What did she say her name was?
Lily, yes.
Lily, knock another arrow.
Oh, okay.
Hold it. I'm gonna adjust her stance again.
Yeah. Make me a new one. A new check for this. With advantage.
Okay, sure.
What are you?
That's
Okay.
an 18. And I'm gonna ask her not to let go of the arrow.
Okay.
Even after I fix it.
You manage to just gently correct portions of her stance to the point where you hear the arrow stop knocking so repeatedly.
Mm-hmm.
She appears a bit more relaxed, and even you see her just get ready to release the arrow when you stop her.
Not yet.
When?
I want you to pay attention to how you're holding the bow.
Okay.
And your breath and the position of your feet. Is it uncomfortable?
A little bit.
It should be. That means you're learning something new.
So I'm doing it right then.
Yes. And now set your eyes on your target.
You see her
And focus
adjust.
on nothing but that.
I see it.
You may release.
Now I need to make an attack roll.
This will work.
Yeah. Let's see.
I don't think I can fix a person's archery in one day, but
You see her as an arrow embeds into the shoulder of a target dummy with a bunch of straw hanging out of it, this canvas-made target dummy. She hit her target pretty well. Not like in the heart, but a few inches off. And you see her.
I did it.
of course you did. You know how to do it all this time.
I didn't quite realize.
Trust yourself and trust your bow.
She takes her bow and doesn't put it on her back, but with it at her side, she kind of does this very proper bow towards you. And
Not necessary.
and you see her like with a smile on her face.
감사합니다. Sorry.
Yeah.
Sorry, it's from where I'm from. Just means thank you.
Where are you from?
Well, originally from the Yujigao Empire. It's been a long time since I've been there, though. They were very good with the bows, that's why I thought I would take it up here. But it's not as easy.
And now that you have a chance to really look at her, you see the resemblance.
Just keep practicing.
Thank you. For your assistance.
Of course. Then we'll go to the main group.
Sure.
Since he talked about this shield, I'm gonna take my shield out.
Uh-huh.
And my
Okay.
flail. And I'm gonna ask all the people doing melee stuff
Mm-hmm.
to gather around.
Hit me.
That's literally what I'm gonna tell them to do.
Okay.
I want them to practice hitting me, and for secretly my own sake, I don't want them to take turns. I would just want all of them to just hit me.
Okay.
Nick, calm yourself.
You know what? Make me a make me a dexterity check for this.
Why?
Uh-huh.
Why would you do this?
Yep.
Why would you do this? I'm gonna get fucking beat the fuck up.
Okay, so this isn't actually for this. This is for something else.
Great.
You have them all gather up, and you tell them to just, which would be about 3 of them, I guess, because the Templar captain wouldn't join in and the bow woman wouldn't join in. As 3 of them gather up with a variety of training swords, you basically say, you basically tell them, go. You don't have your flail out, right? Just the shield? Or do you have both?
Actually, yeah. Actually, no, I would have my flail because I sometimes use my flail to deflect.
That's true. Okay. With both of them out then, you prepare for this onslaught. Make me a strength saving throw with advantage.
Okay.
Yeah. Okay. Easy enough then. With one by one, over the course of what you're used to in battle feels like an eternity, even though it's a very short amount of time. You get this flashback of just a couple nights ago, practicing for repeated attacks in quick succession and being able to better account for them all at once. You find that you're not able to hone that skill anymore in this instance, but you're not losing any ground on it. But one by one, you see as a training sword comes at you from the right side, you block it. As a different one comes at you from the left, you actually hit it with the edge of your shield to deflect it away. As a different person attacks you from the side, you hold up your flail and the chain manages to act as a natural barrier as you push away. This sort of repeating pattern. None of them seem to get a hit on you with that strength save. And after about 30 seconds, after about a minute, actually, you see Hector in the back. All right, that's good now. You're clearly all in need of some more practice. 3-on-1, eventually, you'll be able to do, but we have an experienced person here. Perhaps if you'd like to show them how you do what you do. As you see, 2 out of the 3 of them are already exhausted.
Well, it's less about the strength to hold up your shield and more about understanding who you're fighting against.
You see one of them kind of a little bit younger hold his hand up.
How are we supposed to know who we're fighting against?
You see Hector in the back, by the way, just kind of hand on bridge of nose, like they're hopeless.
Tell me, when you look at me, what do you see?
An Ilmatari captain.
You see, just kind of stumble over his words as a different one said,
a flail master?
a different one off to the side, a shield master.
All right, I need to name all my feats. Yes. So what does that mean for you?
I'm gonna make an intelligence check for them here.
You want to fight me? You beat my ass.
You see them all look at each other with absolute perplexion as none of them speak up.
If I'm an Ilmatari captain, that means that I've been trained not only in combat, but in how to guide others in combat. If I'm a flail master, that means I know how to trip you before you even know how to take a step. And if I'm a shield master, it means that I can man the battlefield and can control where you go. So you need to know what to do if I were to perform any of those actions.
I like it. Oh, okay. Is that what you'll be teaching us then?
And you see Hector, maybe tomorrow. The sun's almost down. I think that's enough for the evening. Unless you have any parting words, May Marivaldi.
Trust yourselves first.
You see,
your weapons are an extension of you, not an object.
You see Lily off to the side with this actually like proud smile on now. Her bow appears to be more relaxed at her side. Actually, no, it's on her back at this point. She seems very contemplative, and the rest of them seem to be... Actually, make me a persuasion check with advantage. Okay. The rest of them seem to at least grasp the concepts of what you're telling them, even if it's going to take time for them to actually properly put them into practice. But you see a sort of calm wash over the group. And Hector, with his arms crossed, not in a pompous way, but just like a little bit relaxed. Well, you heard her. Trust yourselves. It's the first step here.
I'll leave you with something my mother always told me. If you know the enemy and know yourself, you need not fear the result of 100 battles. If you know yourself, but not the enemy, for every victory gained, you will also suffer a defeat. And if you know neither the enemy nor yourself, you will be forced to succumb in every battle.
You see Hector actually, like, he learned something from this too. Well, I don't know what Bates smiled on us today, but thank you for sharing with us and for teaching.
Of course.
I think they all picked something up, right? As you see all of them actually, like, nod in agreement. And actually, like, they're processing what you said, even if their skills are going to take time to catch up. The lesson itself seems to have been imparted.
And before I leave the area to head inside, since I assume they're all heading inside, I would, as I'm passing Lily, just say, Dalbeek, I do.
Oh? Sorry, I didn't recognize. Dalbeek, I do.
I'm just gonna walk inside.
She walks off to join the rest with this sort of spring in her step. As she looks back at you with almost like a look of camaraderie with a smile on her face. As the rest of them retire to their quarters for the evening. Zaos, right about this time you would be arriving, or probably a little bit before this you would be arriving, actually. You would probably be in here at this point.
Explain to me what this place is like. Are they, like, the sanctuary's there and they're, like, outside in front of the sanctuary in this, like, courtyard practicing?
So from the outside, you would just be cresting a sort of, not really a hill, but where the cobblestone road gently slopes upward towards this sanctuary, a massive Gothic building with huge double door entrance, or double door entrance. But off to the right of it would almost look like a closed in courtyard area, which you can see over because it's a sort of not stone, metal fence that surrounds it, but in such a way that you can see between the slats, so you could see everything going on from the outside, just off to the right side of the building.
Okay.
Yeah.
So is it not connected to the main entrance then?
Correct. Yeah, you would have to go into the main entrance and then off a
gotcha.
side entrance further in, and in order to actually get in.
Okay, so I saw what was going. Then
Yep.
I would just make my way in.
Okay. The three of you guys find yourselves out back. Although actually first, Garr, you would have been the first to return to the main area. Was there anything you were going to say to Evelynn?
Yes.
Okay. Sure. 1 second. Because I need the right music on. Okay. As you make your way back outside, once again, to actually find to show the picture here, Evelynn, you see is... Where are you? There we go. That work?
Yeah.
Mhm.
Sweet. Evelynn, she appears to be probably like mid-70s, maybe a little bit older, pure white hair, a kind expression on her face, a necklace that hangs from her neck, with red prayer beads, just like the rest of everybody else around here, but these green colored robes as opposed to the white ones that everybody else wears. She appears to just be standing off to the side currently. Nobody currently near her, nobody talking to her. She appears to just be in thought, but not like deep in thought, almost just like waiting for what happens next, if that makes sense.
I'll approach.
Okay.
Not like very visible, so she doesn't think that I'm like being sneaky. Just like, I'm right here. Hello.
Yeah. She looks over and opens her eyes a little bit more as you approach.
Hello, welcome. Did you find what you were looking for?
Yes, I believe so.
Is there anything I can help you with?
Actually, yes.
Oh, well,
She sits down on like a pew that's kind of a little bit more towards the back and motions off to the side for you to sit down with her.
conversation should be conducted in a more relaxed setting, don't you think?
Real quick. Oh, sure. And I'll follow her to sit down.
Okay. Yeah, you take a seat next to her. She kind of places both of her hands, one overlapping the other, on her lap. Very proper as she turns, like, kind of twists a little bit in her seat to face you. Make me an... Yeah, go ahead and roll it. Oh, damn. Okay. 1 second.
I was just thinking of your training session.
Okay. With that, actually,
I rolled really well.
you hear in the sky. Here in the sky. Nice. That's a good one.
Well, I was hoping to get your insights into May.
Well, I've only just met her. I'm sure you know her much better than I do.
Well, truth be told, I've only just met her a few weeks back.
Oh?
But less about May and who she is, but what she is. Her status as a Templar captain, that is.
As a Templar captain?
Yes.
Oh, it's much less my field of expertise. A lot of them are over in Trigate. Honestly, we didn't even have them here until relatively recently.
But you know more of them than I ever would. She hasn't spoken much about
The Templar
her posts
captains.
or what they do exactly.
Well, they are meant to be called in the event that someone needs protecting. Anybody that takes an oath to Ilmater in particular, they take an oath of redemption. They are as a shield to the defenseless. Some of those that serve with the Ilmatari do not take this oath, and they may be a sword. But it is not that way for all. Unfortunately, I don't know much more than that, as I have mentioned. That is more Trigate's expertise.
Fair enough.
And my sister.
Ulma, correct? I remember hearing May say the name before.
Yes.
She approached you.
My twin sister, actually.
Hmm.
Haven't seen her in
Identical,
years.
You should definitely try to find the time to see family.
Perhaps one day.
I couldn't help but notice. You seemed... Well, between you and I, you seemed to infer that May was troubled with something.
Aren't we all? Suppose there's
Could you tell?
I'm not muted.
What was the last thing you asked her?
Could you tell, just by looking at her, that something was troubling her?
Make me a persuasion check.
No, it's not bad. I didn't Mavis it.
Mavis, damn it.
I have a certain way with people, being able to understand them, or at least some of their needs. I suppose this is all you saw.
Well, I ask because though we haven't spent much time together, I care for her as a friend. We Dragonborns, we choose our companions. It takes a lot to gain our trust and our camaraderie. The group that I travel with is more family to me than friend, and she has spent her time with us protecting that family, and I appreciate her for it. So if you do sense something wrong with her, I want to know so I could help her as well. For if she's going to remain in this group with us, well, I'd want her to be at her best.
You see her kind of take a second to think everything over and then look back towards you, just looking right into your eyes.
If she is family, as you say, shouldn't you ask her about this? Wouldn't the trust be there to be able to rely on her?
We've
answer?
spoken. I just wanted to know what your thoughts were. We're working on a thing, and it's her decision to inform you of what may or may not ail her, but I wanted to know what your thoughts were. It seemed you had an insight almost.
Make me another persuasion roll. Let me see. Thinking.
Okay, take your time. I'm just hacking the code real quick.
Yeah, for
perfect.
sure. Okay. You see her kind of Joel.
You see, when I ask her to take her pants off.
It hasn't gone well. You see her not become defensive, but just a little more like resolved.
I believe that there is darkness in all of us. It's part of each of our journeys to figure out that way in which it ails us and that way in which we overcome it, so that we may help others that are in a struggle similar to ours and offer them insight. This journey is not mine. This is hers. But what I can tell you said I do not believe it will be easy.
You're telling me?
She will need this family you speak of. We all do. We are not meant to go it alone. And this is not weakness.
I think of my flask when she says that.
This is the true strength. For us to throw aside what we believe is only ours to do and accept help from those willing to offer it.
And what advice or help would you offer someone struggling with addiction?
Well, addiction comes in many forms, but much of it carries the same purpose. An escape. Fear. Something to bring comfort in lieu of something else. I suppose what I would suggest is that which it replaces for a time should be the thing truly sought out. It's only a temporary bandage, if you will. It will not heal a wound, and in the end it may even be a downfall.
I will pass that along.
However,
You see her, think for a second.
there is no shame in falling prey to it. We all do. This is part of the same journey of which I speak.
Insight check.
Sure.
Was she a crackhead at one point?
Sure, make me an insight check. Damn, why you gotta be rolling good on that? Yeah, she was the crackhead. No. Yeah.
I don't know about you, Lil.
You get the sense that she was not a crackhead, though you don't know if she was speaking of a particular instance for herself. She seems to be genuine in this sense of, with the 20, I guess what you get from it is a sense of renewing courage and trying to dismiss shame. And that was why she was choosing her words carefully.
I see. Well, Evelynn, Sister Evelynn? Evelynn, do you have a title?
Most people call me Mother Evelynn, but
Mother.
you are not an official member of the Illuminati Church. You may simply call me Evelynn.
Oh, well, where traditions are, traditions should be held. So, Mother Evelynn, thank you for your words and your time.
If
could
I
you-
may,
Yes.
I believe you with this family you speak of. And though I don't know her, if she knows my sister would not choose somebody to take under her wing so lightly. Keep her safe. Be with her on this journey.
I kind of tug my armor to the side to show the scars from recent battles.
Nice.
I'm trying.
Appears you are doing well.
Not well enough.
Well, do you still need quarters? I can show you to them.
Yes. I do. In fact, I believe our friends will be here soon as well. If you have a room where the men could sleep, there's 3 of us, and then obviously May on her own. I know. I was like, wait, I'm not needing to do laundry or anything.
Of course. As far as I know, we have the available room.
I just assumed that you didn't do intermeeting.
You are correct. It is split up indeed. Please follow me.
She stands up and starts walking. Zaos, you would be here at this point. Yeah, you would be in the sanctuary. I'm just not sure if you would have joined any of the conversation or just been observing.
Hypnotoad.
There's a really cool statue to stare at.
Yes, there is.
Yeah, there is a pretty
massive statue etched out of a giant pillar.
Yeah, you want to describe the place to me one more time?
Yeah, so to re-describe.
As I walk in.
So as you enter, Zaos, this sanctuary, you walk through a massive entryway that kind of comes to a peak at the top, almost like an arch where they actually have it meet at a point, where two massive dark wooden doors are currently opened, allowing people to just walk in and out as they please. Stained glass windows are laid across both the front and the sides of this building, and a few in the back that create a beautiful display of color on the ground, especially with the last bits of sunlight leaving the horizon. As you enter, there are plenty of chairs and pews lined up, all in a sort of circle around, not like a central podium for speaking or anything like that, but a statue of Ilmater, which you can tell is Ilmater because it is a 100-foot tall human carved out of a 20 to 25 foot wide column of stone, almost like somebody that goes in and manually carves out the image of a person. Very clearly intricate stonework. With his knees half buckled and his arm pushed against the ceiling, painted on the ceiling are wisps of darkness that all congeal towards his hand and also reach down with dark hands towards the bottom of the statue, the base of the statue, where painted on the floor is a generic farming village with people scrambling, carts overturned, horses running away, other people gathering the last little bits of their goods and family fleeing from the village, with Ilmater currently in the midst of holding this darkness off at bay until they can escape, is the image that you get from this.
Okay.
Other than that, you see the entrance, a couple like darker stone hallways towards the back, probably that lead to living quarters, library, things like that, and the entrance off to the right side of the building, a little bit further towards the back, where you can very much assume led to that courtyard that you saw on your way in.
Seeing that I don't know anyone and I knew May was over there, I'd probably head that way.
Okay. Then
unless someone stops me as I walk into this place.
You would notice Garr and Evelynn in conversation, though you don't know who Evelynn is. Garr and an older woman in conversation at one of the chairs, but make your way back towards just as May is walking in. May, as you've just finished saying goodbye, that would be Gayu, to this, to Lily. She walks off further, and you see Zaos approaching as well from the entrance of the sanctuary.
I'd approach Zaos, given that Gar's like comfortable. So
yeah.
Zaos is probably lost. Does he look lost?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. How was your time in the city? Wait, didn't you just jump off a carriage? Wait a minute. Didn't you jump off a carriage? Wait a minute.
Yeah, like 45 minutes to an hour ago, he just pieced out.
You kind of just jumped off the cart.
Yes, actually, I have some interesting news. We have a lunch date.
What?
Not like us, but
with who?
Killian. He invited us
Gallivant?
over. Yes, for lunch tomorrow.
Okay. Sounds pleasant.
Yes. I happened to run into him on my way over here, so he wanted to talk to us about something. So he'd been hearing about our adventures. I guess we've been making quite a bit of a name for ourselves, especially Mavis after he got first place at the inventory, so
Well,
we should
maybe
probably let
he's
the others
help
know.
with something. Yeah. Gar's in the middle of a conversation.
Yes. Speaking of which, I should grab something from the manor if we're going to the Killians tomorrow. Or the Killians, the Gallimans.
His name is Killian. He was really bullied growing up.
The Gallimans tomorrow.
Do we have to dress nicely?
Your normal attire is probably fine. I just figured I'd grab my cloak.
Oh,
I
okay.
honestly normally just leave it there.
Well, Garr still has the key, so. Does it look like their conversation's like wrapping up?
Yeah, at this
Gar's
point, it would be
glance at
towards
it.
the end of it.
As you said that, I look over. I'm like, who's he talking with?
Mother Evelynn, who happens to be the twin sister of Mother Oma, who raised me. A bit odd, considering Mother Oma never spoke of her.
Why are they mothers?
In the church, they're viewed as mothers. I know in Trigate
okay.
it's because, well, essentially for all the children that showed up there, Mother Oma was their mother.
Oh.
Or stand-in mother.
I understand. Anyways, shall we say hi? I
Yes.
assume Mavis will be getting back soon. I have no idea where he went off to. Anyways, yes.
Yeah. Garr? I'm just gonna say as I'm like approaching the pew.
You see them stand up, slap their legs. Well,
Good old Midwestern goodbye.
yeah, that's it.
Oh, wait, that's a thing?
Oh
Good
yeah,
idea.
so that's the Midwestern goodbye.
Timer.
All right.
I missed what
Slap in the
Nathan
knees. Again, thank you. Oh, May. Zaos. Hello. I was just
Hello.
speaking with Mother Evelynn about sleeping quarters. Again, just to figure out their location.
Yes. I have some news.
Really?
Something we have to go to tomorrow.
I'll just go get the quarters ready in the meantime.
I'll assist you.
Thank you,
I already
Mother
know the
Evelynn.
news.
Of course.
Yes, I
It'd be lovely.
She walks with you back.
Two things. Firstly, if possible, I'd like to run into the manor real quick and pick some stuff up.
Sure.
Secondly, the news that I have, specifically Killian Galliman has invited us over for lunch tomorrow.
Killian. Oh, yes, we got drunk with him at the festival in Harmony.
Yes, I beat him at drinking.
Not Harmony, it was in
Calcheth. The festival after the portal incident, yes.
Yes.
He wanted to talk to us, so he invited us over for lunch.
Really?
So at noon
Why would you
tomorrow.
want to speak to us?
Well, I'm going to have to assume it has something that he wants us to do, and while I was talking to him, it seemed like our group here has gained a little bit of notoriety, so maybe because of that.
You know,
He heard of our work in Teiyu, and he heard about Mavis winning at the inventory.
you know, if we're gaining notoriety, we should maybe come up with a name for ourselves. I've actually been thinking about that a lot. See, when I ran crew on my ship, we were known as the crew of the Dragon's Hook. And
Interesting name.
well, I figure a Dragon's Hook could probably catch just about anything. So,
A name.
right.
Hmm.
But I've actually been thinking of it quite a bit and wanted to run it by the group.
Really it would have something to do with maybe being a walker?
Could do. Or the light, as we are ever facing an army of darkness.
Yes, that's... Definitely something we should all discuss, maybe over some dinner.
Indeed. It seems like whatever amenities we'll be receiving here are going to be on the, well, lower end, which is fine. We're accustomed to such. But
I mean, it might be better than sleeping out in a tent, so... Or
indeed.
not.
And
honestly,
it's
it all
free
doesn't
lodging,
really matter
from what
to
I
me.
understand, so.
Yes.
And
And then at some point, I just want to run into the manor, like I said.
Yeah, as soon as she has the quarters ready, I'll if as long as there's a closet, well, Mavis has the
Yes.
door as well, so I could easily open the door for you.
I figure whoever has the key has the door, actually. It's kind of
Oh.
how we
Did
do
you
it. So
just leave it
How
with Garr
big
then?
is it?
I think I
Probably
did.
with Garr,
I think
yeah.
I gave it back to you. Yeah.
That would make sense.
Okay.
How big is it?
Like this big.
Oh, it's fairly small, okay.
Yeah.
It expands to the
collapsible.
size of like 5 feet, I think. So Garr has to dive through it.
Mavis, how soon before you arrive at the sanctuary? I say into the ring.
I just gotta use the bathroom.
And Mavis,
IRL, and
we'll
then
pick
I'm-
up with
I'm ready to
you
go.
in a second because we're going to take a bathroom break.
Oh, thank God.
Yeah. All right, chat. We'll be right back.
Oh.
Yeah. I felt you did. In the same place. All right. We'll be right back in 5-ish minutes, chat. Don't go nowhere unless it's to use the bathroom. Then you can do that. That is correct. Yes. All right. We'll be right back. Lynette, hello. Thank you so much for the tier 1 resub for 37 months. You're insane in the best way, and I love you. Hello. How's your night going? Oh, all right. That was actually right where I expected to take the halfway point break, so that's perfect. Lynette, how are you doing? It's good to have you here. It going good? Good. That's what I like. Oh my God, you Discorded me earlier and I never responded. I'm sorry. Today has been a fucking slurry of everything going on. I had last minute prep. We hit the gym. I still had work to do. It was ridiculous. But I am meaning to get back to you, and I will do that. Probably right after stream. Okay, is this all good? Hold on. There we go. Oh. How dare your face? I know, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'll do that right afterwards. This has been a week. No, I know. No, you're good. I agree. Man.
Hi, Lynette. How doing?
Man. That was good. I was waiting to see. Yeah, that history check was to see if you recognized that she was from the Yujigao Empire, and it just happened to be a 5.
I figured as much.
Yeah.
I also, like, me as a player was like, I had a feeling before you even asked me to roll it.
Nice.
As soon as you described her, I was like,
Some similarities. Yeah.
And then I was like, do I want to reveal this? Do I want to?
No, that was good. That whole section was really good.
Oh, thank you.
Mm-hmm.
I still never wrote that story of how I became it, or not how I became the Templar captain, but like my training as a Templar captain.
Oh yeah. Honestly, a lot of it kind of just made sense as it went along. Even that thing about them being a shield, I didn't realize until I think a few days ago. I was like, what the heck do the Ilmatari, the Templars, do? And then it made sense.
I never knew. But
Yeah.
I had an idea. I knew what I had written about that one instance.
Mm-hmm.
So I figured stuff like that.
Yeah. Yeah. Oh. Man, Irish Cream is good.
Huh? Also, I just noticed. Well, I didn't just notice, but you got a sign.
Oh yeah, that's a gift from our friend Tyler. He got it for me for Christmas, and
I was looking at it and I was like, "Is it new?" I can't tell.
You want to know
It's
something?
new? And I looked at the bond, the last video, and I'm like, "It's new."
Yep.
I'm not crazy.
Alaskan, welcome in. How you doing? Hey, you want to know something cool about this sign? It's is that it's only at like 10%, I think, because I can do that.
Yeah.
I love it.
Can you read it?
My
Yo,
God.
this
But
is
now
perfect.
you can't
Yes.
see anything.
Yes.
You just need to adjust
Josh
your
is now
eyesight.
blind.
Oh, there we go. That works. Yeah, when I first plugged it in, it was like, oh my god, how is anybody gonna see it? But thankfully, it has an adjuster. Joel.
I knew it, Joel. I knew
yes.
He's the BBG in
I
both
knew it.
campaigns.
Both campaigns.
Oh, the whole time. Damn, that was good, Joel.
I did it first.
Alaskan, how's your night going? How are you doing? We're currently just on a excuse me, short break while we wait for Nick.
Yeah.
Then again, I guess we could start with Mavis here.
Oh, that's
Yeah,
true.
Mavis isn't
Yeah.
back yet.
So, let's do that. Mavis, as you make your way out, of the library, not really gathering any books. Actually, I do want to answer this first. The campaign is going really well. This is sort of an in-between session as the party gathers their last little bit of research, interactions with people. Also, they've been summoned to a lunch meeting with a royal family for tomorrow morning, so that's a thing. And they're currently taking care of some last-minute preparation before going to the city of Nidon within the Turanai Desert in search of a powerful item. The City of Coin, yes. A powerful item, and also possibly a city of the greatest inventors that ever lived.
Which is very enticing to my character, considering he's an inventor. So.
Yes.
And also an
very much
artificer,
so.
which you just found out.
Uh-huh. So that's pretty fun. But Mavis, you make your way outside of the main city, through the main double doors. Both guards kind of give you a nod on your way out. Holy shit. Damn. Lynette, are you
Get
sure?
fucked, Nick.
Well, I mean, the bot never lies, right, chat?
That's
That's a lie.
yeah.
You make your way outside, just over, or just past the walls of the city, back into just the beginning portions of the Freelands. pal.
They love you right back, baby.
You know it. That could have been an opportunity for 4% more. I'm just saying.
They love you back 4% more.
There you go. Just past the actual farmhouses and farmland within the outskirts of Kradena, to an area that's a little more safe, you find a sort of outcropping of rock surrounded by grassland that peers out into the freelands and a few small trees near you. That appears to be a good area to at least experiment a little bit, as Joran sets his satchel down to the side.
All right, well, this is the paper here. Like I said, I'm a researcher. I to be entirely honest with you, I can't make heads or tails of some of this stuff sometimes. I've never been able to accomplish it.
This seems to be something that no one can make heads or tails of, so I guess we gotta start with experimenting, which that I can do.
So
Precisely.
I'm gonna position the paper so that I can see the runes clearly.
Sure.
Do I have a knife?
Oh yeah, I'd say you do.
Right?
Yeah, I'd say you have at least a basic knife. Like, I consider that part of just like basic gear.
Okay. Then I just start, as the first experiment, carving it into the grass, the runes that I see.
Okay, I like that. So, make me an Arcana check.
Okay. Am I proficient in this shit? Yes.
Oh yeah.
Yes. Oh, it's beautiful.
Holy shit.
My first time touching magic.
So, actually, hold on. One second. This one sound. So, standing outside surrounded by grass, pretty much as far as you can see, with just the peaks of mountains way off on the horizon, peering up towards the west. You can see the mountain range off to the east behind you, as the sun is still, since the order of events here, the sun is still setting for you, getting very close to the horizon, though. You use the paper as a reference. Take out your dagger. One sec. Excuse me. Take out your dagger and start carving into the grass flawlessly this combination of runes that you see in the paper here. And because of that Arcana check, something catches your attention very quickly, actually. After carving the first rune, there's a pattern to the runes that you create. Every time you make them in a certain order, you follow a consistent pattern to produce this outcome. And though some of them change along the way, almost like the beginning part of a phone number remaining the same, but the latter part's changing who you're calling, this pattern's different. And you run with it for a second. You're like, I'm not quite sure. Even though it's different in the paper, maybe it's different from what I've been doing. You carve out the runes and you concentrate. And using your brain power, you close your eyes and you place your gauntlets over this small circle of probably about a 3-foot wide diameter section of runes. You see Joran, almost like a little kid, off to the side. His one hand still, like,
just crying away,
mangled. He's bawling. No, still mangled, just kind of with this bright smile on his face of excitement of, like, and you actually recognize this excitement, the testing of an experiment and the possibility of it going right or wrong, but learning from it. You finish carving these runes, you place your gauntlet over it. As the runes on your gauntlet light up, this sort of connecting of electricity between the nodes that you have on it, and you feel this release of energy, the way you felt a million times when you fired your miniature explosive device. Yeah, or or created a message to be read out on an object, and nothing happens.
Is that?
Well, that was
did it?
Exciting for no reason, because nothing happened.
Well, a failure is merely a step towards success.
I agree.
What can we do differently?
I could write it on paper.
I suppose so.
I will say during the process, you saw some of the runes light up.
Some of them.
Yep, others didn't. And it's the ones that stand out to you as different from the ones you're used to.
I did notice. So I'm somewhat used to some of the runes that I've been making in the past. And,
Really?
well, these seem to differ. These ones specifically here. And they're the only ones that didn't glow when I did what I just did.
Remarkable. So perhaps, is there a different way to try it?
Are they in a specific order?
They are.
On the rendition?
They are, yes. And the ones
I did it in that order, I'm assuming.
You did it in the exact order that was rendered. The only thing is, there's a set of runes that are shared between the page and the ones that you're used to. And then the extra runes that are not shared are the only ones that didn't light up.
So the ones on the page match the ones on my gauntlet, safe for these extra ones.
Exactly. Yep. And the extra ones are not there on yours. It's not like they're just bonus. They're just simply not there on yours.
Curious. I'm gonna try this.
I'm just going to go over to a new patch of grass.
Okay.
Carving all but those ones and see what happens.
Okay.
If I try the same thing.
Okay. Make me another Arcana check.
Okay. Come on, baby. Can that be a 23?
Yes, it can. So, you begin carving the runes into a different patch of grass. You lean over towards one of the final runes as you get towards the end of about a 5-minute period of carving these in. And you stumble for a second and you go, actually, and you correct yourself.
Let's go.
As you catch yourself and carve the remainder of these runes in. It looks right.
Okay.
There's the same set of runes that are a part of the depiction, but the missing runes have been replaced with the ones you're used to.
Okay.
You place your hand out. What smith tool are you or artisan tool are you thinking of?
Ooh, Tinker's Tools.
Tinker's Tools. Okay. You place your hand out over the circle. Just a small, like I said, like 2 to 3 foot diameter circle. Joran once again settles in against one of the nearby small trees, just back leaning up against it as he's watching like a little kid witnessing a miracle. The gauntlets light up again as lightning travels between the different nodes, almost like a charge. You see all of the runes light up on the ground as wisps of energy begin congealing from the air itself, almost appearing in a wonderful mix of color. These tangible wisps that gather towards the ground. As they solidify in a bright light, the light fades, and on the ground you see a set of Tinker's tools, exactly like yours, from wrenches to a screwdriver to a hammer. Everything that you would need for that.
It worked.
You did it. You did it.
It worked. It didn't even explode. It just worked.
I go over and I inspect them. See if they're
link me
solid quality.
Link me the ability.
All right.
Yeah, I was thinking of that too.
Never moved it over. Sorry, 1 second.
Oh, you're good.
Since he didn't have access to it, I never actually put it in there.
Let's see. Oh. I have to correct one thing about this, because I didn't see it in the ability. It doesn't take that short. The first time nothing happens.
Oh, Lord.
You find yourself concentrating. Yeah. You find yourself in focus over the course of the next hour as these wisps continue to congeal. Yep. Yeah, I missed that part.
Okay. Cool.
Yeah. Okay.
But then after that,
yes, at the end of an hour, everything happens as you just said. Although Jorn looks a little bit more surprised now, as he would have been sitting there for an hour.
Yeah.
But you see that flash of light as the tools solidify. The light fades, but a slight shimmer remains on the tools.
Okay.
Not like a reflection, like they're made of glass, but almost like this same brain power and magic that you're used to is a part of them.
It like reminds me maybe of the fortification aspect of my bot.
Yeah,
The putting
actually.
the little slight layer of a shimmer over everyone for extra protection.
Very similar, yes.
So then, other quick question.
Yeah.
You said there were some runes in the depiction that I saw that matched, and then
Yes.
other ones that didn't.
Correct.
So, is there a set of what I just made that is not? I'm thinking that this is like a Artificer designation of some sort. That like this one had these runes that he always did, and I have a different set of
I
runes that I
see.
always do.
Almost like a signature?
Do mine match up exactly, save for the ones that I excluded, or do I have extra that aren't on there?
Yours match up exactly, save for the ones that are excluded.
Okay.
So like picture, I don't have the exact amount, but if there are 10 runes and 3 of them didn't light up, they perfectly correspond with 3 different ones that you have in their place.
So
No
then
more,
I
no less.
3 different ones that I have in their place. So I still put 10 down,
Exactly.
but 7 of them matched up. And okay, that's all I wanted to
exactly.
know. Okay,
That is correct. Yeah.
cool. So then looking at them,
Do you see well me?
Try.
He picks up like a small stone off the ground.
I just pull out a little contraption that I have to try to like fasten a nut to a bolt just to see if it like how it works well.
Perfectly, as you're used to with any other set of Tinker's tools. Perfectly made. Not any more efficient, but definitely flawless.
Kind of spin the wrench in my hand and then put it with the rest, wrap them up. I'm assuming they came with like a little carrying pouch of some
Yes,
sort.
exactly. Actually, a bow was
Perfect.
on them as well, and
MS
a letter.
inscribed into
Yeah,
the leather.
MS, a letter on it with like
Awesome.
little lipstick kiss on the front of it saying "for you."
That's what I'm talking
Yeah.
about.
Yeah, that
from
was it.
Breamy.
From Breamy, yeah.
All right, well,
But yeah,
I wrap them all
Joran.
up.
You see Joran with this look of bewilderment and also like joy on his face.
What else do you have?
I have much more. Much more indeed.
He starts rummaging through. I actually need to check something. 1 second.
Those 3 that were different from the other 7 in that example you gave,
Mm-hmm.
are those on all of mine? All of my inventions?
You think? Not all.
Oh, interesting. Okay.
Yeah, not. Hold on. No, I'm sorry. No, those would be. Yes, those would be on all of them.
Okay.
And,
I have
and it
theories
is those 3 in
of-
particular.
I don't know if Mavis would have the theories yet. I think he has to talk with some people first. so-
Sure. Okay. Let me see. I have to check one thing here. Where are you? There we go.
Actually, he talked with Zaos about the different types of magic, yeah?
Yep, you did learn about the different schools of magic. May gave you the Magic for Dummies book.
Does it seem like there are ones that share symbols between similar functions? Anything that would, in this case, I'm assuming this is conjuration.
I see what you're saying.
Yeah.
You actually do see that in the 7 rooms.
Okay. Gotcha.
Yep.
Interesting.
But not a perfect copy. You see like some of them that represent the basics of what you were looking at within the book of conjuration magic.
Okay.
Yeah.
Gotcha.
He pulls out a different piece of paper. I need to see this. Would that be okay? You see him pull out a different piece of paper with a depiction on it of a ring, just like a solid iron band ring.
You?
As he,
I was hoping you'd say yes.
you see him, like start reading off, or not reading off the paper, but like describing it.
As you can see here, there's a solid ring, and actually, now that I've seen what you just did, these appear to be the same wisps that we saw just now. going into the ring, but coming from this depiction of a humanoid off to the side.
And you see this sort of gathering glow depiction around the hand of a humanoid and some sort of energy orb pointed towards the ring. And then the final image, again, this is a 3-image format. The final image shows the orb almost being like absorbed into the ring.
Does the ring have runes on it?
The ring itself? No. One second. No, actually the ring would. Yes.
Okay.
Yep.
Am I able to depict what those runes are based on the
Make me an Arcana check, actually.
rendition? Okay. I always do that.
My God, y'all have been rolling some natural fucking 20s. All right.
We are porked next combat round.
Good Lord. So, you notice pretty quickly, actually, these are almost like a base set of runes. The same way that your gauntlets are.
Yeah.
In essence,
The
putting it into the
7
right
or-
terms. Actually, for these... You know what? I would say your gauntlet only contains the 3.
Oh, that's it. Okay, cool.
Every time it's almost like... Yeah, it's almost like the other 7 are used in combination to produce an effect, with the 3 being a baseline.
And the 3, you said, sorry, because I can't remember if you said they did
Sure.
or didn't. If they were or weren't on all of my inventions.
Those... I need to look at a different one of your abilities.
Okay.
No, they do not have to be. For instance, give me an example of an invention.
The mug.
The mug. Okay, yeah, they're not on that. You've noticed that when you create the mug, you don't actually put runes on it. You almost impart the brain power
Okay.
from
Understand.
Yeah, into it.
So there are no runes on the mug.
Correct. I actually didn't look at that until
Okay.
just now.
Okay.
Yep.
Understood.
But as he's showing this piece of paper,
This almost appears to be, in some way, like a magical effect is imparted onto this ring. Perhaps you could try this?
Yeah,
I'm trying to think of what. Sorry, 1 second. I'm looking through my shit. Not that.
yeah. Why not?
We might as well, while we still have daylight. Never mind.
as you can see, the light just fade beyond the horizon. You still have the glow of twilight beginning within the sky, but no active sunlight.
I would use just my what the hell is it called? I don't actually have it here, but it's the Artificer feature to just I can basically do a dimmer form of light, the light cantrip,
Ooh.
on an object. It's 510, I think, as opposed to whatever the light cantrip is. Magical tinkering, that's what it's called.
Ah, magical
Holy
tinkering.
shit.
Yeah, there it is. Okay. Yeah, perfect. So what are you doing this on?
I'm just grabbing like a pebble or something like that to give us some light. And say,
I'd rather see this through while I'm kind of excited about it. So,
As am I.
I'd pull out just, I don't know, a crossbow bolt.
Okay.
Just something to try this on. You said the ring
Sure.
does, or it has the runes on it,
Yes.
and then it's just a hand and energy forming from the hand, blasting into the ring.
I will say, actually, there are 2 depictions. One that has a ring, a different one that has a greatsword. And the greatsword does not have runes on it.
Interesting.
The ring does.
Okay. Then I'd use the dagger that I just carved in the grass.
Okay. Sure.
And set it there. You said that one did not have runes on it. The
Correct.
greatsword.
Yes.
And just shows the hand pointing at it, coalescing energy, and then that energy transferring.
That's it.
So I just think of that.
Okay. In particular, what are you thinking of to
I want to
impart?
like
I will say
strengthen the dagger and
the energy orb looks destructive in nature.
oh, it looks destructive.
Almost like bits of lightning flicking off of it. Like uncontrolled energy.
Interesting. I guess the first, does it show, is there a depiction showing the ring still intact?
Oh, totally.
Yep. Okay.
Entirely
then
intact.
I would just try to, I guess, strengthen the steel and even the wood of the handle. Everything about it, what it is, I want it to be stronger.
Okay, sure. Make me an Arcana check.
All right.
Okay.
Yeah, it's a 25.
Okay, 25. You feel, so inside you concentrate on this image. Ooh. Roll me a D100.
Okay.
Blind roll.
Blind roll.
Yeah.
All right.
Okay. You concentrate on this image that you saw in your mind, this depiction.
Yeah.
You focus your energy on the image of an anvil. And you transfer that image from an anvil to a forge, picturing the way that, though it's destructive in nature, it strengthens that's put into it. You feel your gauntlet begin to glow. And what you can gather in this moment, you actually feel exhausted. You actually feel exhausted inside. Not literal level of exhaustion, but you feel like you're not quite there. You feel a strain on your mind as you attempt to do this, that it's like you need more time.
In your knowledge of artificers and the weave and everything that you know about how they work, does this tax the individual that channels it?
Well, I suppose that all magic does. From what little I know, we're limited in what we can.
And these are my limits.
I suppose so. Yes.
I think I might have reached them.
Oh,
I have a splitting headache now.
Oh, then we should stop for the evening. You've already accomplished.
Yeah.
Mavis Shems, forgive me if I am too jumping to conclusions. There's no way you're not the first artificer. This is remarkable. This is incredible. Your name will go down in history.
I already knew that. But for multiple reasons now.
Yes. Not only will you be recognized by gnomes and inventors alike, you very well may be the bridge between the gnomes and the dwarves. They are opposites. One wields magic, the others are inventors. Perhaps you could help them understand that both can exist. Or not. That's fine too. Just simply,
I just want to make stuff and stop this order that just tried to kill us. For now, anyway.
That is a valiant first goal, and one that should be pursued wholeheartedly. I admire that.
But maybe eventually, yeah. Yeah, sure.
Well,
maybe.
Here.
He begins gathering up all the papers.
Remarkable things have occurred on this night, Mavis Shems. Theory has become reality. And not in that much time, I might add.
Indeed.
And about this point, you hear Garr messaging in your mind the conversation that you had with the four-spoked cog.
Gotcha.
Or oh no, he just mentioned that
earlier. It would have been, when are you coming back? I think now, right? If the time frame's right, maybe I'm wrong.
Yes. No, you're right.
Okay.
Yep.
So. Actually, we were just heading back right now. You said you're at the sanctuary?
Yes, we're in the main hall, waiting for our rooms to be readied.
Okay, on my way.
Alright, see you soon, friend.
I kind of made it a point to never step into the sanctuary and where I'm from, so...
Well, perhaps
it's... A lot of things are changing.
I say as I stitch my bag up, grab the tinker's tools, and
I like that.
Start walking back towards the town.
Okay. You make your way back into Kradena, towards the sanctuary, which stands like a tower in the city. You make your way inside. This way. May. You and Evelynn travel to the back room, begin setting up and preparing the area for people spending the night there. You see some people kind of funnel in and out over the time that are staying in the region. They don't look like full-on beggars in terms of like raggedy clothing or anything like that, but they look poorer than the average person. You do take note of the fact that the differentiation between upper and lower class here is much closer than the average city. So while you can tell that they're poorer, they don't look like beggars down on terrible times.
Okay.
By comparison. You kind of go into this motion of just preparing the beds. Evelynn's relatively silent overall, but every time you kind of take a quick second to glance over, you see that she's already been looking towards you and sort of just gives you a smile and closes her eyes and goes back to what she's doing and straightens some bed sheets.
How many times has this happened?
Several.
Okay, after the severalth time.
Yeah, of course.
I'm just gonna... Is there something you wanted to ask me?
Perhaps. I simply wanted to get to know you first.
She looks around the room, and right now it's just the two of you guys in here.
How is Olma?
I want to insight check her.
Sure. Sure.
What are her intentions? Does she look guilty?
Make
or
me an insight
sad?
check.
I have
Sure.
theories.
Okay.
That's a fucking 10.
Okay. You can't really tell. Every time you think you're about to get a read on her, she stows her intentions very well.
Well, it's been a month now, maybe 2 since I've seen her, but she's well.
That's good.
Straightens out another bed sheet and puts a pillow at the top of it.
You know, she didn't mention you.
I wouldn't expect her to. We didn't exactly leave on the best terms.
May I ask what happened?
Well, as she kind of goes to a different bed and starts unfolding a sheet and gestures for you to take the other side as you begin making it like opposite sides of this bed.
She didn't care for certain rules that were a part of our beliefs. See, as part of the sanctuary here, well, one is not allowed to marry or fall in love. It's looked at as a distraction. Something that gets in the way. And Olma,
She begins tucking like a sheet underneath.
fell in love with a soldier, a member of the Third Bulwark. Captivated by him. I warned her that it could only end in turmoil, that it would distract her. But she insisted. She loved him. She ran away with him. I suppose in her absence, she must have established a church within Trigate as well, so I can see an outcome where it has been positive, but I have not spoken with her since.
Do you know his name?
I knew his name. I know not if he's still alive. Gandry Marsk.
I knew there was something with the last names. Anyway. You said Gandry?
Gandry, yep.
I didn't spell it right, but whatever. Oh, I did spell it right.
Ayo.
Okay.
They eloped together, and I never saw her again. A part of me wishes that we could have ended on better terms. But part of me knows that I will see her again one day as well.
Yeah.
Lays a pillow on the head of the bed.
Is that practice shared by most of the Ilmatari churches?
Most here. All that I've known. Though I would not be surprised if Olma did not enforce it.
Makes sense, yes.
I suppose. I can see why she's taken a liking to you. Very easy to talk to.
It's been a long journey. I wasn't always easy to talk to.
Neither was I. In my youth especially, I let my anger get the better of me with Olma. Times I wish I could change. Times I wish I would have said things differently. I would not change my outlook, though.
Part of compassion is forgiveness. Another part of it is love.
Yes, entirely. Another part is sacrifice. We make for that so that we may maintain our look. Olma believed differently, but I have known it is the right decision for me.
And it should be a decision that everyone makes for themselves.
You know, you sound just like her.
I just have a hard time seeing how a deity can preach compassion but then deny love.
Well, I suppose I take solace in the fact that I don't know the whole thing. I could be wrong. And that's saying a lot for me to say that now. But I don't think I am.
You can see a sort of stubbornness fall over her. Almost as she's like reliving the time with Olma.
I'm over here making the beds with her, but there's definitely some like hoofs and some thighs.
Yep. Oh shit. I didn't see that.
I like this. I like this a lot.
All right.
Well. So is this just a room we're setting up for just?
You have already set up the room for the women, where you'll be staying. This is currently the latter part of like setting up some beds for not only Garr, Zaos, and Mavis, but also some other people that are funneling in.
People?
Yeah,
okay.
Exactly.
After we're done making the beds, I would ask Mother Evelynn to go fetch them, but I'm going to be kind of like, if there's any young people, like tucking them in, that kind of stuff.
She begins walking out the door. Currently you don't see anybody else. You don't see anybody else in the room right now. It looks like probably most everybody has been out within Kradena, and you're getting towards the part of the day where twilight is in the sky and people will start heading back.
Dinner.
Exactly. It's like dinner time.
Okay. Then I would go. But
Evelynn begins walking towards the door and then stops. And then turns back towards you. 1 second. I need to. What's your passive?
It ain't great.
Probably better than this.
13.
Yeah.
Really should have taken perception.
You notice her glance towards your torso. Just for a split second, as she kind of lowers her eyes, and then thinks to herself for a second.
It really is though. It really is though.
And she looks up and meets your gaze. And she says,
You know, you wish to talk about anything. I may not be Orma, but I'm still a good listener.
I appreciate that.
Make me a wisdom save. Okay. You feel this almost, for a split second. The best way to describe it is like, how dare you? Almost like looking down on the question even. And then you dismiss it of just like, hold on, wait.
It just went through my head.
And and you see Olma just not Olma, Evelynn. You see Evelynn just nod. That's it.
I suppose we should get the others then.
Yes, of course.
And you guys walk outside. The four of you. Unless.
3. No. It's fine.
Okay. The four of you meet outside in the main area. Mavis, at this point, you and Joran have made your way into the sanctuary. You see the same thing with the massive statue of Ilmater, the stained glass windows on the front and sides of the building, a couple in the back, and the depictions on the ceiling and the floor with this painted scene.
I can only imagine how much they took in donations to make that.
It's very much. Oh, I hadn't thought about that.
Oh God.
Perhaps it was a gift.
Yeah, perhaps.
Well, should we find the others then? Anyway, I think I see some of them over there.
It starts walking
Just us
towards
chuckling in the corner.
as all of you guys find your way back into this common area of the sanctuary. Evelynn puts a hand on your shoulder and then takes it off relatively quickly. Not out of fear, but just out of like leaving you to whatever state you're currently in, and then walks off towards some of the other clerics within the sanctuary.
How far away is she?
About 20 feet.
I'm just gonna look at Garr.
Okay.
And I'm just gonna be like, Garr, I need to ask you a favor.
Yes. Yes.
What just happened? I don't want to know. But our rooms are this way. If
Oh, sure.
follow me.
Yep. I'm coming.
See
All of
you-
us?
I would invite all of you.
Oh, okay.
All right.
Oh, okay.
So
Walk in.
as we're like almost there, unless
Mhm.
anyone is saying anything else. Garr, do you still have enough energy to send a message?
I do.
I'd like you to contact Mother Olma.
I can try, but it's not guaranteed.
She looks exactly like Evelynn.
Well, the problem is that it might go to Evelynn.
That is the worst possible scenario.
Listen, I don't know exactly how this thing works. I just know that I can try. I have her name and I know what she looks like. So, DM,
Josh.
Yeah.
is that a possibility?
You can certainly try.
No, I mean, is it a possibility that it would just go
Like, would
down?
he know
You
that?
have never
Since her
experienced it
name's
happening
not
before.
Olma?
I guess.
Okay.
With what I've read in my Magic for Dummies, perhaps, do I know if it's a possibility for a spell to be rerouted to a different target accidentally?
Instead of
Especially if you
just fizzling
declare
out.
the name. I guess
Let me
it'd
put
be-
I
it-
was thinking of the name.
Yeah.
Make me May for this. Make me a religion check. Gar as well, actually.
I thought he was gonna
and
make me
then-
bust out an Arcana.
Yeah.
Yes.
I also have a question. Actually, I'm gonna whisper.
Holy shit.
Let's go, yo.
Let's
Okay.
go, us.
So proud of you.
Both of you guys pretty much like make this mental connection at the same moment. As you think to yourselves, the spell sending in particular, in this case, seems to be based on intent. Now, with that in mind, since Garr has never met Olma and has Evelynn as a point of reference, if his intent is involuntarily shifted just out of instinct, you don't know if there's a possibility.
Right, so what I'm saying is, I need
Yeah.
details about her personality, and I already have what she looks like down, and her name is Olma what?
Marsk.
Marsk. Okay, Olma Marsk. The human woman in Trigate. Would she have left Trigate?
No.
Right. And is she as kind and sweet as little Evelynn over there?
She's
So that's Evelynn.
Gar.
she's nurturing and stubborn and strict and not as nice.
So
Sounds
Marcon,
like-
but as a woman. Got it.
Marcon?
Oh, my
yes, she doesn't-
old mentor.
Gar, how many more times can you do this today?
Twice.
Twice.
Oh, this is weird.
How do you know that?
It's just
Just
like
based
it's
off of how
weird.
much energy I feel I have.
I gotta learn.
I contacted Giovanni Hilder earlier, so
Oh.
and then you. But
So, why don't you give it an initial shot and see, without saying anything drastic, if you contact the correct person, and then if you do, maybe the second one you can send them more.
well, the problem is, see, like when I contacted Annie, it didn't always go through just because it worked
Yeah.
once.
You know, it's fine.
No, I'll try it.
I just-
More than willing.
Well,
don't
if
want
it's
it
sensitive
to
information.
go to
Yeah.
Evelynn.
I mean, if it does, she's just a frail old woman.
What is that supposed to mean?
It means, what is she going to do?
Is Evelynn an enemy? Sorry, I'll ask later.
Is she tired of ceaseless light?
Did you ask?
Am I supposed to ask that?
Yes!
Pretty much ask that to everyone we come across.
The one person I didn't ask ended up actually stabbing us in the back, so yes!
Oh. Well,
Did we
maybe
ever
you
ask
her.
Killian
Like, go
that?
pretend to meet
Okay.
her and ask
I'm
her.
gonna go walk over to her.
As Mavis is walking away, I'm just
Yeah.
gonna like look at Garr and be like, I feel like she knows. And I'm just gonna leave it at that.
Sure. Zaos, you hear
I
that.
give a knowing nod and say, I agree.
Correct, TG.
So, okay, yes? Okay,
Yes.
cool. I'm not gonna ask right now, but I might later.
I was supposed to tell you and Mavis 4 days ago. Anyway,
Any...
About...
what we discussed. Never mind. It's not.
Well,
It's fine.
that she knows something that I don't know that you know. Anyways,
Yes.
are we contacting Oma or Oma?
But
or
I
not?
want to see what Mavis has to say.
Evelynn?
Speaking of which, yes, Mavis. You make your way
Hi,
out. You see
excuse me,
Evelynn
I'm-
turn
I'm
towards
with-
you.
I'm with the rest of the group over there, and I can't help but notice there's a beautiful chapel you have here, but there's not many windows. Do you tire of ceaseless life?
Not many windows, and the ones there are
There's
stained.
about a dozen windows that bring in plenty of light.
That was so smooth.
Do we hear him shouting this at her?
Yes, he's not being quiet.
Yeah.
I went far enough away that our conversation was clear. So we're like in a hallway.
You are in a
Oh,
hallway,
down the
but you
hall.
can hear Mavis.
I'm like sitting there.
We all just face palm.
You see Evelynn furrowed brows for a second as she looks up at all the windows.
I quite enjoyed it, if I
Okay,
can say
great.
so myself.
I just like to ask that of anyone that houses us, so thank you.
Can I see
Um,
her from here?
Yeah, I'd say you
I'm
can.
inside
You
checking her face.
sure? Go ahead.
Actually, I will insight check her too.
Go ahead and
Inside
insight check.
that face.
Inside her face.
Oh, I blind rolled it. Josh, what did I get?
You got a natural one. No, you got a 12.
Yeah.
Oh my god, what are these rolls?
It's a
I'm
17.
looking out.
It's a
17.
17, Josh.
Okay.
It's a trap.
None of you can tell.
This
Okay.
is
You
shady.
just can't get a read on her.
Understood.
Why does a holy woman need to be so good at deception?
That's fair.
Alright, well, thank you. Goodbye.
Goodbye.
I gotta get a read. I feel like we're like
Yeah.
Zaos meet Garr on the corner.
Sneaking around.
Just
Like,
kill
doink, doink,
So we're like sneaking around. I'm like, did you see anything?
I couldn't tell from here. Your,
I got it. Yeah, no.
I just-
your hair is in my face. I can't.
It's tight and sprayed.
You can talk about my hair.
You guys are the worst.
Mavis, you return.
Oh,
We're sitting there on the ground, all tangled in hair.
You're not looking at gnome height. You're looking at human height.
Everyone's just looking over like, what the hell's happening?
I'll tell you, Mavis.
Just wave, smile, and then round the corner with them.
She didn't respond with expected response, so either she's wise, clever, and knew to not answer that way, or she doesn't know how to answer.
What was the expected response again?
Fear not, for soon comes eternal night.
Right. Okay. It's been so long I couldn't remember.
Yeah.
Or what soon?
So why are we
dawns is
suspicious of
eternal
this
night,
old
yeah.
lady here? Or are we
Um,
suspicious? I wasn't
No,
even
we're
clear.
not suspicious of her.
Oh, okay.
She's just very insightful.
Well, hold on. This seems like
Well-
it stems from something that goes back to
Slow the horses.
Horses?
Horses.
Well, it's an expression. What? hold your horses?
Water under the bridge, throw your friends over a cliff. You know.
I know an expression you don't. Well. Wait, what'd you say?
I just look at
Jordan walks out from the bedrooms behind.
I think that should all work very well in there. It's not too bad. I had worse living situations at certain times just outside of Gildeth. Am I interrupting something?
No,
I just
we
look at
should.
him and I
We
make
should have
those
dinner.
Oh,
beds.
you see him like start stumbling.
the way in which they were made was well done. I merely mean in terms of their quality.
Teasing Jordan.
Oh, sorry, mind of an inventor and all. I
Don't
take
make
things
her
very
angry.
I look at Garr.
He looks at Garr.
Going to the mess hall.
No, yes, let's have dinner. We need to discuss some things, actually.
Do we want to eat dinner
Yes.
here or
Yes.
20 minutes in the manor?
Here.
Don't wanna
There's
leave
a
poor
few
Jordan
things to
behind,
discuss.
You
I
don't
mean,
want to leave poor George just be like, see ya.
Yeah.
You like that room? Go be in it.
Go to your room.
But like, are these private matters that need to be discussed in private places?
Yes.
You know,
Oh?
we do need to talk about Jordan.
Isn't Jordan right next to us?
He's not that far away. Yes, he's like 5 feet away.
Is this your way of being?
Do we?
Should we beat him now? Or?
Should I be a part of this conversation about Jordan?
No.
Human doesn't taste. Sorry.
I'm a
He's a
gnome.
gnome.
Human, he's a gnome.
You're
Gnomes are delectable.
humanoids
I'm a
don't
snack.
taste.
Human.
This is
And
derailing.
I'm a dragonborn.
Actually, yes, Jordan, if you could pardon us.
This is derailing.
If you could pardon us just for a short while, Jordan, we just need to discuss some things.
I'll just go get some food.
Okay, we'll meet you there. Thank you. Goodbye. What about him?
Right.
what?
Well, first thing, I trust Jordan as much as I trust all of you.
I do too.
And in saying
Lot of
such,
trust.
if needed, should we require that all of us enter the mansion, I dub that he should be able to try to use the key to open the door for us.
I don't know if he would be able to, but I'm curious to see
That's my
what would
concern.
happen.
We can
What
test
would
it,
happen?
but I wanted to put it to a vote. Like I said, I trust him.
All for testing it.
I had a conversation with him, and I saw his true intentions. At least I feel like it.
What'd your conversation entail?
We
His
have to try to open
intentions.
it before we go in
Yeah,
to confirm Zaos' theory.
Yes.
Right.
indeed.
Well, that's what I kind of figured we'd do, but yes.
So we have him try to open it if it works, and we walk through, and then he's our gatekeeper.
He is our gatekeeper when needed. For the most part, I'll
Right.
still be the one to stay out.
I trust him too.
But
He
if
had many
needed,
chances to backstab me as of late, and well, he never has. He's only been
it'd
helpful.
be difficult with one arm.
That's fair.
It's easier to
And also
deflect at a
insensitive.
time. Well,
It's just observational, in my opinion.
I guess he's not here to hear it.
All right. Well, no,
secondly,
I agree.
Oh,
Zeus.
sorry, although I'm freaking laughing.
He's dying.
We need to tell Mavis about tomorrow.
Right, yes, that was
I-
the second thing on the agenda.
Okay.
I thought we
Um,
were leaving for the desert tomorrow.
Well, we've been invited to lunch at Killian Galliman's estate.
So
Is it okay if I'm just silent the entire time?
It is.
that's. You can do
No promises, but
whatever
I'll
you
try.
want.
I was gonna say I've never known you to stay quiet. Thirdly, as Zaos stated, that Killian Galliman has been hearing tales of our adventures and
He has.
Yes, he heard about your winning. Your winning? Your placing?
Your
He
place.
heard you won.
My grand victory.
He's heard of all our accolades as of late, ever since leaving Kalcheth.
Yes, he heard how much you love potatoes.
Who said
Tales of
that?
Tewu. Tewu.
Who said you said that?
Tewu.
I'm just happy he'll be preparing potatoes for lunch tomorrow then.
If he is, I won't be quiet. I
I
can promise
love how
that.
Mavis just believes
I'm sure
every
there'll be an
dumb
array
thing
of
Zaos
different
says to
foods.
him. The dry sarcasm.
He'll be held to pay.
And as such, I thought it'd be fitting that we derive a name for ourselves as a collective instead of as individuals.
Not a bad
While
idea.
our individual notoriety is indeed important, Mavis,
Oh yeah, that's gonna happen
easier.
anyway. But
it will. Young Zaos had offered up a suggestion of something to do with being planeswalkers, while
Garr.
I offered up the suggestion of something to do with light. I've been
Like
pondering this for a
Lightwalkers.
while.
explosions cause a lot of light too.
The explosive.
The Order of the Bright Light.
No.
Okay.
The order
The
The
Order
order
means-
just kind of
sounds like a
bad
cult.
taste. Yeah.
I was thinking simply light's hope. As we all, as a group, are fighting towards a simple goal, and that is to stop this darkness from ever reaching this material plane.
That's what we're doing?
That's what we have been doing, and you have been assisting us in ever since you've joined us.
To be frank, I never really knew what I was doing. I just had a dream from Ilmater, and I followed you guys ever since.
I guess we never really explained to
Did we
you
hear
what our
that
goal
before?
was.
Yeah,
That's
I've
fair.
just been following you, so I guess.
Yes.
Well, you've seen some of the agents now that tried to kill us. They were also...
From the.
I just kind of look at Garr like,
Yes.
They were also... Yeah.
Tell you more, I say, in a more private place, I feel like.
Mhm.
Just a suggestion, but we as a group should maybe come up with a name.
Yes.
Lights Hope sounds a bit... I don't know.
It's
But
a
if
bit
you just
cheesy.
Take Gar's suggestion and Zaos'
Cheesy.
suggestion.
Potato-y.
And just make it Lightwalkers.
That's. I like.
Lightwalkers.
That's potato-y. Yeah.
It's like we walk the path of
There's
the
no
light.
potatoes involved in.
It
Walking
just...
towards
It
the
was
light.
reminiscent of...
I feel either name. I even Light Hope, I thought maybe could give a false hope or false expectation, as we don't always have the highest morals.
I don't know what you're
And to
talking
say
about.
something of Light's
I'm,
Hope or Light Walkers, inferring
I can't think of
walkers
anything that we've done that
path of
was
light.
morally reprehensible.
I've done some things.
Well, you're part of the group now, so...
I've
As a group,
done
what have
things
you
as
done?
part of the group.
But have you
You
done?
You just called yourself out as
I-
separate from it.
Went around Sprocketon lying to other inventors and snooping in on their inventions.
Oh, that's not
I
morally
also
reprehensible.
invited a handful of gnomes to a party that wasn't going to take place.
That's not necessarily.
That party
Ew.
still may have happened, and that's a small scale of morally reprehensible that I wouldn't even put it on
But
the scale.
were you doing this in the daytime? It could be more of a literal thing.
It was in the day.
Lightwalkers, we'll shelf it for now. Speak of it later.
It's a good name. We will shelf it. I will contact Laren and get her input on it as well.
Sounds good.
Good idea.
As one that tends to sneak in the shadows, she might not enjoy that name. But we'll see.
Oh, Garr, I made these.
I hand you the tinker stools.
Are they gnome size?
No,
They are
Oh.
regular tinker stools.
Thank you, Mavis.
Absolutely.
Gar, make me a perception check.
Perception gonna be a 17.
Oh,
I'm thinking more like a 9. No, okay.
Wayne?
Okay.
Too.
I mean, it was a 16, but
As he hands you these tools, you can see little bits of colorful sheen on them, depending on how you move them around. Similar to the mug, similar to other magic items that you've received in the past.
why are they rainbow colored?
What are you talking about?
Well, I
I take a closer look once he mentions that. Or
Just
if I do
like,
not
what are
look.
you
yeah.
talking about? Those are clearly tools.
Without even the need for it, you both can see once he's pointed it out. It's not like immediately evident. It's not like they're glowing with it, but you do recognize this sort of, especially you, Zaos, this actually jumps out to you with this color now, understanding some of what you've seen of its origins, maybe not understanding fully, but seeing the origins. It's almost like just magic stamped onto an item. And you've seen this with magic items in the past.
what normally would have
Okay.
taken me a
Magical.
couple days and about 25 or more gold took me only an hour.
Oh, how
Joran,
much
show me
did you spend on this?
nothing.
You created them out of nothing?
Did
We're going
except for
to
a
be so
few carvings
rich.
in the grass.
That's
No,
See,
I
that's not
didn't
in the
say
line,
that.
What did you actually say?
I said we're gonna be so rich. We sell for like 50 gold.
It was in one of the pages that Joran had a depiction of, well, the process of crafting something like this, and I tried it, and I made it work. And it seems it utilized whatever magics I might be accessing as an artificer.
I mean, they're definitely.
Sir Mavis.
You can tell that by just looking at them.
But then I couldn't do anything else afterwards, and I got this splitting headache, and so I need to figure out how you know how many more you have in the tank, because...
You just kind of learn over time.
Are you
Kind of-
okay?
It's when you get to a certain age, you start to understand your body a bit better.
I'm older than you
Chill.
are.
I will also mention, Mavis, that this splitting headache was more of a in-the-moment burst.
Gotcha.
It faded
Yeah.
quickly.
Just
but
letting me know.
It
Tank's
was
empty.
exactly. Yep.
Gotcha.
Well, either way,
Make me an intelligence check, actually, just straight.
Moi?
Yeah.
Okay. It's the last one of the night. It's a 17.
Okay. You get the feeling, based on analyzing your mind, for lack of a better term, that it wasn't that the tank's empty. It was that you didn't have the strength right now.
Oh, understood.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
Just
As
for
a player, it makes
you to
total
know.
sense, but
Yeah.
Yeah. Totally makes sense.
Yeah.
Especially considering what I figured the thing was, but I was like, maybe he's giving it to me early.
Yeah.
So, with all that out there and in the open now, I suggest we grab dinner and take it to our rooms where we can inform Joran of exactly what we are and what we're hoping he can accomplish.
The rooms aren't private.
They don't even have a door on them.
Maybe just
we
find a
go
corner in
around
the
back.
middle.
I don't know. Yeah. We could find a
dark
corner
alley,
of the-
take him down there.
Well, the training ground should be vacated.
We'll eat dinner among the stars then, and speak with him. Agreed?
Okay.
Okay.
That sounds good.
Perfect.
So what's for dinner? Potatoes?
Happy potatoes.
I kind of wave at Joran wherever he is to tell him to like follow.
Oh, he wasn't even looking at the group. You told him to
Joran-
vacate.
You're out dinner.
Joran.
I thought he went to get food.
He went to
Yeah.
food.
Oh.
You don't see him. Yeah.
He's-
I didn't know if
okay.
he was like
Here, Garr.
standing behind a pew so I couldn't see him.
He peeks out from behind the bookshelves now.
He's like,
Yeah.
Sneeze
Around the
away.
statue.
Yeah.
Yeah. Go grab some dinner.
Okay. You guys meet up with Jordan in the mess hall where there is basic just wheat bread and
My favorite.
sliced meat sandwiches
Good
being
combo.
handed out just one after another to anybody that comes by. The equivalent of a soup kitchen, but it appears to be for sandwiches currently.
Not potatoes.
Yeah, not potatoes. Much to
Do
Mavis.
they at least mayo the bread? Or is
Oh, they mailed that shit up.
Okay, good. I was
Yeah.
picturing like this dry ass, like
no.
I
bread
was
and
watching
meat.
a dry ass.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Bologna, cheese, bread. That's it.
Yes,
Why
barbecue
is it
sauce actually.
bologna? That's the worst
cheap.
thing on fucking earth.
That's why
You
I
hate
That's
it,
cheap.
mommy. Are you kidding me?
Salami in a soup
For that
kitchen.
reason.
What apetito.
Listen, bologna's better than spam.
It's
alright?
actually prosciutto.
I mean, we're having bruschetta.
I got pre-sliced in a
Holy
circle
experience.
below.
That's that.
Rededicate yourself to Ilmater on the spot.
Done.
So you guys make your way to the mess hall where you see Joran just sitting at a table. Each of you one by one gather food and end up meeting up with him. He just with a bite in his mouth looks up.
You ready for initiation?
What?
No, I'm just kidding.
Follow us, Jordan. We
mean?
need to discuss some things. We're gonna eat among the stars and
Oh,
discuss
right.
things.
Oh, of course. Let me just.
He gathers up his food.
Lead the way.
I help
You
him.
can see his one
Yeah.
hand actually is
Yeah.
like
Just
barely
Oh.
resting.
Help him. I'm just gonna.
Thank you.
Y'all are gnome size. I'm helping him.
I'm short.
I'm actually tall. And it's weird.
Yeah, that's true.
May's the only like normally sized human woman I've ever played. Anyway,
How
Oh.
tall are you?
That's awesome.
5'7".
I think so. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Um,
How tall's Mavis.
I think I'm 3 foot.
3 foot?
I
wanna
think
say.
so. Yeah.
Yeah.
Most
Yeah.
characters he plays are 3 foot.
Yeah.
Shut the fuck up. 3 foot 9 inches.
Nathan's first character he played was a halfling bard, and he had a sentence that he said, "I'm 3 foot 9 inches, and those are 2 different measurements."
it was a pickup line.
Yeah.
It didn't work.
It didn't work, sadly.
Wow.
9 inches.
All of you guys.
Okay, we're in the training grounds.
Yeah. Jordan hands his tray to you, though, Mavis. A little bit of just like a sheepish bow of the head, thanking you, but also just, acknowledging the situation. You guys make your way
I eat all of
outside.
his food.
Yeah, and he's sad. He starts crying in a corner.
He's sad.
Give me your food cocktail.
Give me your fucking food.
God.
You make your way outside under the, at this point, starlight from above. You can see, actually, hold on. You can see the moon is just, it's in a
Crescent.
waning crescent, so it's just past the new moon. So there's actually a moon out tonight.
It's waxing.
Yes. What? Waxing?
You said waning.
No.
Yes, you are correct. It's sprinkling. Yes,
Waxing
a
crescent.
waxing. Yep, that's correct.
Wait.
Under the starlight above, you can hear some crickets outside, actually.
What is it, a Pokemon?
Better be.
You make a cricket noise.
No, that's a fact.
Yeah.
Which
Sarge can
way
do a cricket noise.
Kitty, really?
is the
Yeah, it's
Let's go,
crazy.
Sarge.
Wow.
Is the cathedral? Which way is the sanctuary to us? Is it north
Like
of us,
our-
south of us, west of us, or
It
east?
would be north of you, because this entrance is on the south side.
Okay.
This training grounds is on the south side of the building.
Right. Well,
Um,
Joran, go ahead and start eating. We've
oh, okay.
got some things to fill you in on.
Am I being removed from the group?
No,
no.
in fact, you've been promoted to a higher level of trust.
I didn't even realize there were levels. Wait, what?
You've proven yourself to be quite trustworthy, as of late.
Indeed. And
Oh.
through our conversations, I've felt and believe that you are quite genuine in your want of helping Master Mavis.
You see him recalling now everything you two talked about in particular, and just like nodding along in acknowledgement.
We're what is, I guess, known as planeswalkers.
You mean like the planes that we just crossed? The Freelands?
No, as in material plane and other planes. The abyssal plane, the elemental plane. How many planes does Garr know
The
of?
half-world.
Astral plane.
Actually, you would know about the elemental planes, yes. You would know about the
Okay.
abyss, obviously, because of this.
Zaos just mentioned.
That'd probably be
astral
about
plane,
it.
That'd probably be about it, yeah.
So,
Astral half plane.
That's true. The ethereal you do know about.
while we in turn don't fully understand what that means yet, we do know that that is a title dubbed on us by Malil himself. At least we believe it was Malil.
Regardless of whoever it was, we have access to things that evidently others wouldn't.
Milil, the Asian song.
Yes.
Yeah, that one.
Forgive me, I knew you all were, well, different, but it's quite a jump.
We're still taking it in as well, I believe. And I kind of look at everybody and just...
Was he there when we stepped through the door
He's
Yes, he was.
and he saw us just disappear? Yeah.
He saw you disappear. He didn't seem to react at all when you guys saw the runes light up or
You
the.
couldn't see like the
Right.
thing.
Yep.
The
You
event
couldn't see the
horizon,
light.
gotcha.
Yeah.
You remember when I used this little thing?
And I just kind of like reach into Gar's bag and pull out the portable door.
Yes, the door in the middle of nowhere. I was quite perplexed when you first pulled it out.
And I'm assuming you were more perplexed when we walked through it and then we're gone?
Remarkably, in fact, yes.
That's what we're talking about.
Well,
That's-
the door is just the door.
Yeah.
And I pull out the key. This key gives us access to a realm that is in between planes.
In between planes. Forgive me,
It's called the half-world.
I don't know a whole lot about this stuff.
No, we don't either.
We don't.
Know nothing about it,
So why are you
except for the...
telling me this?
This key activates a portal which allows us access for 10 minutes on material plane time to enter into this realm, this half-world, into a manor in which we reside. However, since it's only 10 minutes, one of us needs to stay outside.
I see.
That creates a bit of a problem if we need to, well, all be in there to discuss things in true private.
I can see how this would be a problem.
I hold my empty hand out, reaching towards his hand.
He takes his good hand and puts it in your hand.
I flip it over so his palms face up, and I place the key in his hand. We want to see if you're able to open this door. For if you are, it would be a great boon to us.
How does one perform this feat?
It takes about 10 minutes, and the key guides itself along the doorframe. All you have to do is be its host.
Give it a shot.
It might not work at all, but we have to test it, just to be sure.
He looks at the key in his hand, looks over all of you kind of like just thoroughly confused. And you see him like grasp the key.
It's just like earlier. It might not make sense, but gotta try it.
As an inventor, I'm used to things not making sense for a time until I try every possible avenue.
Agreed.
And if it doesn't work, don't think that makes us trust you any less.
It may just be that those of us, the planeswalkers, are the only ones who possess the innate ability to use the key.
Well,
Master Mavis is the only one capable of infusing mechanical works and magic.
This makes sense. I will assure you all I will give it my best, to the best of my ability.
First, rest and eat your dinner. We have time to test it.
Forgive me, but once an inventor's mind has been piqued, I won't be able to let this go.
That's fair.
I assume.
Well, let him do it.
Just
Yeah.
hold the door.
Nice.
Well, I guess as he does that, I'll finish my dinner and just lay down on the ground,
Yeah.
staring up at
It
the
takes a while,
stars.
so I'm
I
gonna
like
do
it.
too.
Yeah.
Sure.
I'm
Okay.
just laying down, looking, I'm like
I'll just keep an eye watching him.
counting
Sure.
all the stars.
I'm gonna look around and see if anybody's like lurking.
Perception
Not
check.
like lurking, but like walking
Yeah.
around.
Oh,
Sure.
actually, that would have made a good point. Garr wouldn't want to do it here. Oh, the rooms aren't private, though, you said. So.
Yeah. So.
So you said
Nice.
he didn't see the light, right?
Holy shit. You're not entirely sure. You didn't see him react.
Okay.
From what I remember, I don't think anybody asked him if he could see anything.
I did. I was with him.
Okay.
Yeah.
Because I was like explaining to him, I'm like, they're about to disappear and it's gonna be really weird, but it's okay. Here's my rations.
That's that's right. You did. Yeah.
I have so many of them.
So in
Please.
that
Come on.
case,
Wait a minute now.
he said,
Buy
yeah.
more rations.
Oh, good point. He said that he wasn't able to see any light or runes.
Yeah.
Yes.
He looks back
So-
towards you. Go ahead.
No, it's fine though.
Oh, okay.
That's what I was gonna say.
Gotcha.
Trying to remember what the fuck.
Okay. He looks back towards all of you.
And to think, just a week ago, I was just facing the possibility of living on, losing my shop, and then I meet all of you interesting people. Life really does have an interesting way of taking you on paths you don't expect.
And he puts
That it does.
the key up against the door frame.
That twice.
You don't see any runes begin appearing. He spends a few minutes just sort of like you see him moving it a little bit. It's not as smooth. It's not as smooth as when you see any of you guys do it. Almost like he's he's trying to move it rather than it pulling him.
Just let it do its thing, Joy.
Right.
Just believe in it. Trust in it.
Try closing your eyes.
Be one with the key.
But how will I
Sorry.
see what I'm doing?
Spiritual.
You don't have to.
don't have
The
to.
key does it for you.
He closes his eyes and just holds it straight forward. For a minute, it passes. You don't see it move across the door frame.
I don't think it's gonna work.
Has anything happened?
I get
Yeah,
up
Charlie
now
can
that I'm
try.
done eating, and I place a hand on his shoulder. Just relax, friend.
You feel some of the
Clear your
tension.
mind.
He lowers his clawed hand towards his side, just kind of letting his shoulder relax.
It's my strong hand.
It's my strong hand.
As his eyes are continued to close, you can see his brows furrow at points as he's like trying to concentrate, and then they relax as he tries to stop thinking so hard. But there's no change.
I just kind of give him that like knowing pat.
Yeah.
Like, it's fine, friend. It was a long shot.
My apologies. I suppose I just don't possess the gift.
Hands it back to you.
Well, we didn't explain the full functionality of this portal, or this doorway. It seems that we can open it anywhere, through whatever door is available to us. However, if the doorway were to shut, when we were to try to come back to this material plane, we would arrive in a predetermined default location that is not where we originally opened the door.
Be far away from here.
It'd be near Harmony.
So that's why one of you is always remaining behind. Makes sense. The genius system that you developed.
We didn't create it.
Oh, I mean in terms of always allowing somebody to remain behind to maintain your position.
Yes.
This is partially the DM acknowledging that you guys found that. I wasn't expecting that. That was really genius.
Yeah.
Well, it was worth a shot anyway, but regardless, we still do trust you with this information.
We do.
Well,
It is something
truly-
that should stay confidential, as I'm
Hey.
sure you assume.
it goes without saying. I trust all of you as well. Not only did you save my life,
He like looks towards you, May in particular, just because of you being a wall for him during that time.
during the assassin attack, but, well, you've given me renewed purpose. Lets me know that my mind can still help, even though my body might not be all it used to be. A purpose that
That's
I
our
feel driven
greatest
by.
strength.
And I thank you all for that. Truly.
Welcome, Jordan.
You see just like in the starlight, a little bit of glistening on his eyes as he like turns away a little bit.
Well,
You might want to eat your dinner before it gets cold.
right, precisely. And then I heard something about a lunch tomorrow.
Yeah.
Yes, and as part of our group now, an official member, that is, you are invited to Killian Galliman's estate for lunch.
A royal.
A
Yes.
royal.
Well, that's new.
He's
He's-
quite friendly.
Less stuffy than you would expect from a royal, but you still got that royal feel.
I
It's quite
not only lived in a city of inventors, but I lived in the mountain next to the city of inventors. I've never met any nobles, let alone royals.
The inventors are more interesting.
Killian's
I've heard for that.
more of a free spirit, I feel. He enjoys his drink and his stories.
Well, I suppose we'll have something in common then. All right. I suppose I should retire for the evening then. Unless there's anything else.
We all should. Don't
I think so.
What's my
I think it's safe.
perception check?
Oh
Do I
yeah.
notice anyone around?
You don't notice anybody intentionally eavesdropping. You notice people inside kind of just minding their own business, walking to different parts of the building. You notice Lily at one point, who kind of meets your gaze and just gives you a warm smile. But other than that, there don't appear to be any peering ears.
You see Evelynn on the second floor peeking through curtains.
Hovering above you guys.
Gargoyle on the side of the
eyes.
Well then.
So I will actually
This may
maybe
explode.
This may explode.
Yes, Garr?
If you wouldn't mind actually allowing Zaos back into the manor, he needs to retrieve some things. If you'll go to the room and do that with him.
Yeah.
I need to speak with May about my findings, but I also will come to you later about what I messaged you.
That is none. Take the door and the key.
Let's go, Zaos.
Okay.
I'll be in the quarters, I suppose. And thank you all again. I, as much as I can, make a gnomish promise that I shall do my best to live up to any expectations.
You're one of us now, so I won't let you do anything other than that.
Perfect.
Thank you.
Thank all of you.
No, thank you.
Thank you. Right, back to the quarters. Bye-bye.
Makes his way inside.
And
Zaos and Mavis, you make your way
yeah.
into the manor.
Nathan,
Yeah.
out of character quick, do you have Identify, but do you have Detect Magic?
That's a good question. I think I might, but I don't think I have it prepared.
Have you
Yeah,
ever
you-
used it as Mavis?
You
That's a
probably
great
wouldn't
question.
have.
No,
No. Okay. Then
Yeah, I don't
never...
think so.
but I do have.
Because I was
access to
thinking
it.
of Identify, so I was going to ask a question, but I don't think I would now because it's Identify, not Detect Magic.
Oh, okay.
So.
All right.
Okay.
Then
Never
in
mind.
that case, both of you make your way into the manor. 10 minutes pass
Or
as...
I do.
Oh, I thought Mavis was joining you.
No.
He's
I'm just
opening
opening
the
the door
door.
for him.
Oh, gotcha. Okay.
I suppose you can if we're only in there for. I'm just grabbing something quick. I'd be in and out in like 2 minutes.
Yes, Mavis.
Yeah.
You're going in?
Yeah. I'll step in for a little bit.
Sure. Okay.
Literally
Do
just
you want
like
me to
2
tell you
minutes.
what I'm grabbing?
Yeah.
There's specifically 2 things I'm grabbing.
Okay. I know one of them based on what you told Garr or May earlier, but I'm curious of the other one. Some of Joel's names for y'all were killing me. The burnt retinas.
The better order of the dirty.
Yeah.
The better order. Hear me out. How about Batman?
the Avengers.
Oh, that sounds great.
That sounds pretty sick. I think we might make billions.
Get sued.
Instantly. DMCA.
This bitch. Sorry. Continue, y'all.
The amount of fucking nat 20s y'all
Did
have
he roll
rolled
a
tonight.
2?
Yes.
Yes.
Well, you both rolled that 20s?
Hell yeah.
Yeah.
God.
Okay.
Let's go.
Yeah, our next combat is cursed.
100%.
Yeah,
I haven't
100%.
rolled one
I'm
yet.
scared for y'all.
You
Um,
feel pretty good, though.
Oh, yeah. No, everyone's rolls have been way above average tonight. Ah, nice. Okay.
So just pop in and out for that.
Okay. Cool.
Don't think
Garr
there's
and May,
anything else.
is there anything that you're saying in the 3 to 5 minutes they're gone?
Well, that's going to be longer than that because it takes 10 minutes to open the door. And then
Yeah.
the time they're going to
Yeah.
be done. So it's going to be
So
like
it's gonna be
15.
double.
15 minutes.
Yeah.
Yeah, like 15 minutes. Right. May, I agree with you about Evelynn. I believe she knows something is afflicting her, though she might not know what.
She looked directly at my abdomen.
But it's on your hip.
That's close enough to. Why would anyone look in that general area when speaking to somebody?
Well, you see, sometimes you just can't look a person in the face.
There is
It's
no
just-
justification for that, Garr. Her eyes lingered on my abdomen.
Are you
That's
pregnant?
too close for comfort. No, Garr, I am not pregnant.
Listen, I don't know the old mater ways.
Apparently, it's celibacy. Who knew? Anyway.
I questioned her a bit to see why she was so adamant about making sure that you were all right, and she wouldn't let me in on how she knew or what she knew was wrong with you. Just that you would need us. You would need this group, and that it would take time. And I agree with her.
I'm ready to tell them, Garr.
Good. I'll be behind you every step of the way.
And I want to tell them now, before I change my mind.
Very good. As soon as they get back. Are you going to show them or just tell them?
Why do you always want me to take my pants off?
No, it's not that. I was just going to see if it was like, oh, since it's Gimbal and Zaos, or Mavis and Zaos. Mavis and Zaos.
The crossover continues!
It so does.
Since it's Mavis and Zaos, here, we'll take a look. But since it's Garr asking to see what's under my pants, it's a big deal.
It's a big deal for anyone to see what's under my pants.
No, I'm just teasing you. No, that's fine. If you don't want to show them, that's fine. No.
I guess I could show them top hat. Anyway.
That's good. I'm glad you've come to this decision. Secondly,
Yes.
pull out the book that has the short descriptions of all of the deities. Turn to the back. Do I have anything that can produce light? Word of Radiance. I start burning with radiant light.
And you hurt May.
And I hurt May.
What's new?
May
I just
sent you
pull out a torch.
whisper.
Huh? Oh, sorry. What? As you're like flipping through the pages, May just like shakes her head.
Do I even notice? Since
Yeah,
I'm, like,
it's pretty noticeable.
It would have been like
torch
almost
and,
like a shiver or like a twitch.
And like somebody almost taking a half step back as well.
Yeah, probably.
Are you okay?
Do I feel threatened?
Yeah.
Insight check.
Sure.
May is the worst liar on Earth, on Ador, and the half world, and the this is what she does.
I'm ready. This who knows? Garr, you can't tell.
I didn't roll bad either.
No, you didn't.
So much for being the worst liar.
Yeah. In this
Right,
moment,
anyways.
May seems like something happened. She brushed it off, and she's okay.
I stare lingeringly at her abdomen. I see. I flip to the back of the book, and I'm like, here, hold this torch for me for a moment.
Okay.
Look, in the back of this book, there's an impression, almost as if there's a four-spoked cog. Have you ever seen anything like this?
He points it out, and you can see it pretty clearly.
Oh.
It's in this
Have I ever
religious
seen
book.
anything like this in this religious book in an
However,
Ilzakari church.
It seems as if it's just the pages have just disappeared. They're gone. Not torn out, just gone.
I hand him the torch and I take the book.
Make me an investigation
looking
check.
at the bridge.
Yeah. Mavis, who have you told about this for the cog?
I know.
Just Garr.
I thought it was just Garr. Okay.
Yep.
You said investigation.
That's the one.
Oh,
Let's go.
I'm gonna die next time.
Oh, shit.
Go.
Y'all are okay.
This is crazy.
May, almost like your eyes are drawn to it. You look at the spine of this book where there should be some evidence, gap between the pages, a little bit of a tear, any sort of imperfection. Yes, actually it looks remarkably similar to that.
Look at it.
And you see no evidence of it being physically torn out.
Is it possible that someone might have used magic in it, like Zaos repaired my shield after it was ripped
Magic
out?
to tear something out?
Well, no, to fix the tear after someone tore it out, so it looks like it was never torn in the first place.
I try to mend it.
Sure. You spend the next minute casting mending on it. No change.
Nothing.
Hmm.
Is that the only impression, though? Is that?
Mm-hmm.
Does this four-spoke cog have meaning to you?
Oh, speaking of which,
No.
May, you've never heard of the symbol of a four-spoke cog before for a deity.
Oh, okay. I don't know.
Yeah.
Although,
Yes.
DM,
Yes.
Whisper,
Tippity
Sure.
tip tapping. Tap tap.
Little tippy tap. Oh, speaking of tippy tap, Sora and Hal, while we were down in our ski trip, they taught their little 7-month-old black lab the word tippy tap, and she does this little on the ground, and it's the cutest little
adorable.
thing. Oh my god.
I love it.
Oh. Yeah, you still have some time before Mavis and Garr, or Mavis and Zaos.
maybe something he and Laren had.
Maybe?
Oh,
With advantage
please.
because of that. I'd say you've heard of it. You know
Thank
of
God
the
for that
concept.
advantage. Okay.
Yeah.
Perhaps, though, there's this method that I've seen or heard of where you take charcoal or writing utensil and rub it on a page to make writing appear that had left an impression. Like if someone had written on a page above it, you could
Are you
see the writing.
suggesting we vandalize inventory property?
Yes.
That's illegal, Garr.
You're a Templar captain. Can you take the book for good?
No, I don't think so.
What is the consequence of taking the book?
Distrust in the community? You're ruining society by allowing laws to be broken. Laws are made for a reason. I just see dice rolled.
Is it a
No,
tap?
not
What the fuck? What have you done to the code?
20. Yes!
Oh my god.
We're so fucked.
What the hell? Wow. Okay, cool. Yeah.
What if we were to take another paper on top and then use the charcoal on that paper, and so we don't actually ruin the original paper, and no one has to know that we may have potentially vandalized the book?
Would Garr know that if that would work or not?
I don't.
If you use a thin enough sheet of paper, you assume that it probably could.
Okay. If we used a thin enough sheet of paper, that could probably work. I just wanted to get your take on it, to see what you thought. Or if you had ever recognized something like this or heard of this symbol from a deity.
No.
Okay.
Why?
Just curious, I saw it in the back of the book, and it was odd that it was missing.
Okay. Insight check.
Uh-huh.
Yeah.
Oh, it wasn't a natural 20. What the fuck? It's not a natural 20, but it might as well be. You can't tell.
Really?
Yeah, I know. It's weird.
Still gonna send it. There's a reason behind it, but it's not my place to tell you.
I respect that, Garr, but thank you for telling me that much. Okay. Well, they should be coming back anytime now.
They immediately know.
I'm just gonna start pacing
Okay.
around the training area and
I don't
maybe
have
hit
calm
the training dummy.
emotions.
Okay.
I
Make
do.
me an athletics check.
Oh, great. This is gonna go swell for me.
Wow.
Yeah, I thought
And it's Ellen.
Reverse Ellen, actually.
Yeah. Oh.
Wait, no, that is an actual.
That's an L.
Yeah.
Never
Not
mind.
2, but a 5.
You find yourself
Oh my.
off-put, May. Your strikes, which normally would come naturally to you, is to be expected. Swinging wide, sometimes hitting too hard. One time you almost bust the shit out of the dummy.
Sounds familiar.
Quite. Garr, you can tell this. A couple minutes pass, and Mavis and Zaos, you emerge from the portal back into this training area next to. Yeah, because you guys were outside.
Gotcha.
Yep.
Yeah.
May,
Hmm.
it's fine. I'm with you.
Mm-hmm.
Did something happen?
What
Well,
you said?
No. May
Okay.
has something important she would like to tell you. Maybe show you.
Does this have to do
Okay.
with that one thing?
Yes, it has to do with the one.
Does everyone know this but me?
No.
Well, I don't know anything unless I do know something.
No, look.
That's a true statement.
It is a true statement because I do know something.
That's a tautology.
I turn
May.
around and
Just
I look at Mavis and quickly divert my eyes and then look at Zaos. And then I'm gonna be like, so you remember that symbol? I showed
May,
you?
make me a wisdom save.
Yes.
I said, Paper.
Yes.
What's it all?
Okay. Continue. You feel this overwhelming sense of
shut the fuck up. Shut the fuck up.
How do
Yes,
I react to that? I'm just gonna like clench my fist.
Okay.
okay.
My reply back to you is just yes. The when you said that appears on your skin.
It's a scar that I have, on my hip.
Okay.
I'm just gonna lift up the shirt to like here, to show the top half of it.
Okay.
Goggles.
It
doesn't
looks
look
like,
like what it's-
seared flesh.
It looks
more
like
it was branded.
probably pretty close. The skin is raised like a scar that never healed. And what you're all
Branding
seeing,
raised, or
because I
is it
don't think
embossed?
Mavis has seen this.
Yeah.
1 second.
Everyone but Mavis.
You see
Yeah.
like the top half, because it goes from like here down to like my mid thigh.
Looks like that, Mavis.
Pretty big.
Ooh.
It's huge,
Yeah.
and it
Oh,
looks
it's
so
huge.
it looks longer than that,
I
as if
see.
it was like stretched.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah.
3, 4, 5.
Oh, that looks like a metal burn or something with the sword, like a hot iron.
Yeah, something like that.
So why are you showing us now?
So you remember when I told you that I almost killed an altar boy,
Yes.
and that I have actually
No.
murdered someone,
Yes.
No.
which would be Gar's first time hearing that I've actually murdered someone.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's looking at you very quizzically.
And Mavis,
You mean apart from the bandits that we saw on the road, you murdered someone?
Yes.
You never actually killed them, did you?
I killed that man, Josh.
No, I mean the bandit. Did you kill one of them?
Oh no, I did not.
I didn't think you killed any of the bandits.
I didn't kill.
That's right. That's true.
Well, I
Zaos
need to
did.
check.
The Cyclops.
She didn't kill that
That's
either.
fair.
Mavis, do you remember when I dropped my shield fighting the Cyclops?
How could I forget?
I would like to say that I have problems with rage, but that's just not quite it. There's something in my head, and it's been there for quite some time, that tells me to do these things, and sometimes I can't control myself.
Whatever
Okay,
it
okay.
is.
Something apart from yourself in your mind tells you to do things. And you're compelled to reply?
I'm wording it wrong. I'm a puppet to this being when I can't resist it. And I have no control over my body.
So it's another being.
I think.
An undead being.
Have we ever seen possession? I can't remember if we have.
Ooh. There were ghosts near Sunset Valley.
Yeah.
Well, Teiyu was that possession?
Yeah, Teiyu.
Yeah,
was
Teiyu, you
all
would have been.
shadowy possession.
You would have seen it. You would have experienced it, actually. Oh no, Mavis,
Yeah.
you didn't, did you?
I didn't.
Yeah, but you saw it for sure.
Okay.
So, like a possession of sorts, you're saying?
Possibly?
Okay. And it has to do with that hip thing?
It started when I got the scar.
Do you remember getting the scar?
Mm-hmm.
How long ago?
I was 10.
How long ago was that?
Almost 20 years.
Okay.
No.
Is there some sort of way you can feel this coming so you can warn us when that might be, or does it just control you whenever it wants?
It speaks to me sometimes. Sometimes it doesn't.
What's it say?
Well, before we had this conversation, it enticed me not to tell you.
So you can fight it. Sometimes.
Sometimes. Not always. I'm not sure if it wants to hurt you or me.
Has it ever said to?
Josh, I can't remember because we retconned something.
I'll message you about it.
Okay.
Yeah.
Right.
And it had no effect.
Hey.
It had the effect on
The other.
the second shadow.
It's never directly told me to kill or harm any of you, but I don't know if you'd be spared if I lost control. It has, however, offered to give me the ability to protect all of you if I were to accept a deal.
What was this deal?
We have not come to the terms yet.
There's a couple things I'd like to try, May, that we haven't tried yet. We tried dispelling curse, removing it. Though I don't believe it is a curse.
I don't either.
In Teiyu, I used a magic circle to rid people of a possession. It worked on you with the second shadow. However, the other being, if it is a possession, fought it, or it couldn't work on multiple things possessing you. That's a long shot. The other option, which is also a long shot, a trick I picked up from the books in Sunset Valley. Speak with dead. I want to talk to it.
Mm-mm.
I want to understand why it's here.
Has it said why it is?
No, but it wants something. I can tell you that much from our discussions.
Do you remember who or what gave it to you, put it on you?
No. I have to roll another wisdom check. Hold on.
Mavis kind of turns to the side, just pondering.
Okay.
I'm gonna say one thing to May.
Fuck you, Judge.
May, remember what I believe Ilmater left you?
What do you mean?
Well, I don't remember completely what it said, but if I remember correctly, when you were telling us everything it said, it talked about a struggle between light and dark, good and evil, and the path you must take, and what you have to seek out. Maybe he was talking about this.
I was almost certain he was talking about this.
So,
I'm going to tell you what I told Garr. Actually, I'm going to ask you what I asked of Garr. If I ever lose control, and I am harming creatures that I do not want to harm, don't ever hesitate to stop me by any means necessary. Because that is the last thing I want to do.
I can make something. Properly restrain you.
Okay.
May, have you ever asked it its name?
No.
Has it ever spoken its name?
No.
Why have you not asked?
I'm not always in control of our conversations.
Can you not start the conversation?
I have tried a few times, but it has to accept.
I would really like for you to let me try speaking with it.
I'm worried for you if you do.
You're all here. Be able to protect me or help me if I needed it.
I don't know if the conversation would happen here. It usually doesn't.
When Zaos read a
No.
document, he fell unconscious. If it does something within you and I can't stop it out here, Garr, I don't want to risk that.
The thing is, this spell would force it to speak with me. It wouldn't have a choice. If it works. It's a long shot, but considering it's, well, undead.
I wouldn't be able to protect you.
I could protect myself.
On board with this on one condition. We tie May up.
I
You're
agree.
quick to agree to that.
Oh my god.
That's fine.
See
I
a little
can-
hip, and next thing you know, you're tying her up.
Oh my god.
I have magics that can protect me from evil. I can cast them upon myself before attempting this ritual.
It's more the flail that I'm considering. So
Just
Right.
disarm
if
her
you wouldn't
first.
mind disarming yourself, and we'll tie you up.
I look at Garr and I just kind of awkwardly ask, do you have enough energy for everything you need to do?
I do. If I do this, I'd only have one chance at speaking with Ulma this evening, but I could always try again tomorrow.
I think this is more important.
Let
I agree.
me try something. And Zaos is gonna put his hand on your arm, or I guess wherever. How tall? are
On
you?
the hip.
I
Just
think I'm like
Wait, just
seven-
put him-
I think I'm like 7 feet tall, something like that.
Yeah, so like your wrist, because I'm short.
Or
Oh.
6'7", I think.
And Josh,
Yes.
the fuck am I rolling?
This is for what exactly? Sorry.
I'm going to try and give him spell slots.
Oh, you're using this.
Oh, that's
How many
cool.
how many
That's
sorcery points do
fucking
you have?
epic.
7 right now.
Okay. What I'm gonna have you do
That's awesome.
is roll an Arcana check.
Okay.
Oh my god. That's a thing.
So, you guys see as how many?
From what you what were they? 4th level?
Here's what I'm going to do for this,
Slots?
because we
Third.
have not
Third.
actually fleshed this out. You have to spend 1 sorcery point per level of a spell slot you want to restore.
Well, yeah, that's how it normally is.
Okay.
So if it's
along
2
with
3rd levels, it would take 6.
along with the 1 for your meta magic.
Oh, okay. So additionally,
Correct.
okay. So
You passed the
then I could
Arcana
give
check
him
though, so
1.
okay. So a level 1 spell slot back.
No, a level 3.
Oh, 1 level 3. Sorry, gotcha.
1 level 3, which would cost me 4 sorcery points. Is what you're saying.
Correct.
Okay.
Then in that case, you guys see as Zaos reaches out with his hands towards Garr, and Garr, you see the tattoos flare up on Zaos, as you've seen close to 100 times by this point. And you see this magic flare out from him and back towards his body and begin to seep into him. And then at the last second, travel through his arms and into you. As you see, as you feel this warmth, this glow, as a little bit of energy and power is restored to you. Zaos, you're surprised this actually worked, but you managed to
Holy-
focus and hone your concentration on this just enough to make it work.
It did work. It worked.
I feel a little more invigorated.
What'd you
What did you
It
do?
worked.
do to him?
I'm not exactly sure, but I feel like you should be able to use. I'm pretty sure I gave him some of my magic, essentially.
I feel like I'd be able to cast more, that's for sure.
So
Intriguing.
I've thought it was possible, but I've never tried it. So apparently, I can do that. That's cool.
Uh-huh.
How do you feel, though?
Fine.
Yeah.
I feel like if I tried to mess with the normal things a bit, it would be a bit straining, but not too drained.
All right. Well, as long as you're not hurting yourself in the process. All right. Well, let's
All right.
tie her up.
So you guys are tying May up?
I've already put my shield
You
and
did?
flail on one
Cool.
side of the training arena,
Perfect.
and I've walked to the other side of the training
Gotcha.
arena.
We'll tie her to a target dummy.
Okay.
I am going to need to see your scar for this.
Oh, sounds worse and worse, bro.
Sarah's pulls out a piece of paper. Here's a drawing of it.
You saw the whole thing?
I don't know if a training dummy is enough.
Maybe
Tie
you
you
want to
to a tree.
reinforce
Are there
it.
trees in the training ground?
Are there any trees?
Tie her to the statue in the center.
I'll say there are some. You won't really
To the
need.
fence?
There
You
aren't
said
any
it was
trees
a
in
metal
here.
fence.
It's a metal fence, exactly, and like the type
Yeah,
of fence
you
that
probably-
has
Well,
just.
they said training
Oh.
dummies, so
Yeah.
I didn't want to be on something that can move because I alone have beat these training dummies.
Yo, if anybody walks out and sees this, they're gonna
I
be like,
know.
what the fuck?
Weird.
3 dudes tying a poor chick up to a fucking fence,
a little
pulling her
bit.
clothes up and down.
Yeah, it doesn't look so good
So
from the
bad.
outside.
But,
This really doesn't.
Okay, so if you're tying me to the metal fence,
Yes.
Make me a sleight of hand check, whoever's doing this.
sleight of hand, not survivor.
I get the lower amp.
I think I've kind of
Yeah,
switched it.
I'm giving the helping action.
Sure, you can make it with advantage.
I'm closing my eyes and I'm
Who's
praying.
doing it?
Like
What do you roll?
It'd be a sleight of hands.
Because I'm kind of considering.
Where's Laren when you
I'm
need her deck?
right.
For real.
I'm not entirely sure what I want to do with it yet. I feel like survival is the knowledge of it, and sleight of hand is the execution.
I can do it.
Okay,
if you want.
so
Oh, I
then
didn't
with
have
somebody
advantage.
helping him,
Yeah,
make
yeah.
it with advantage.
If I could actually you, I would, but
You?
my brain is out.
Oh yeah. Okay. Good to know. Then in that case, May, you find yourself. Did you guys decide the fence or the training dummy?
The fence.
The fence.
The
Okay. Back
A
towards the
blade of
center.
grass.
The center of this fence. Blade of grass as well is included.
Cool.
With your hands behind it. You look over. You see your shield and flail leaning up against the other
My
side of this
head's
training
down,
ground.
My eyes are closed and I am praying.
If you're saying something
I am
specific, let me know. What are you doing next?
I am rolling her tunic up
Hand on gun.
a bit, and
Oh wait, I can describe this,
Just-
can I? And it goes into chat.
I'm only lowering her pants like an inch. Like this much.
So bad. What you really
Okay.
needed was for Mavis to build a wall.
Yeah.
Or Zaos to hold up a blanket.
Yeah.
Pulls out blanket. Here you go.
It's one of the
Yeah,
things on my
right.
list.
I
So,
have a blanket.
What are you doing? Sorry, because this specific matters. Garr specifically here.
Yes. I am casting Speak with Dead, but what I'm doing here, I'll go ahead and link it. I'm going to. Forgive me, May. I'm going to place my hand on the scar.
I'm gonna flinch.
Away.
Yeah.
Well, she's tied. I figured we
I'm
didn't
tied
just
up.
tie her hands behind. We literally tied her body to it.
But
That's
what
all.
I'm saying is, when he touches
Yeah.
this scar, I am flinching.
I'm just letting him
Yeah,
know
she
that
tried
likely
to
couldn't
one of
flinch
these.
away unless she's
Yeah.
ripping this rope.
One
But-
second.
I'm scared. I knew this was a bad idea. Oh my god.
Garr. As your hand makes contact with the scar,
Oh, Elrin.
you find yourself in an instant. All of you don't see any of this happen. Garr, you find yourself pulled into the recesses of your mind.
Quick, I cast Protection of Evil and Good on myself before I did this.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I'll allow it. Link it for
Because
me.
I said I
You did
definitely
say
said
you
I
were
was
going
going to
to.
do that.
You did.
Yeah.
Link it for me.
Oh my god.
I can't be charmed, frightened, or possessed.
Oh.
Do I notice him like go blank?
And they have disadvantage on stuff.
May, you...
Yeah, do I notice?
It's the type of thing all of you would notice because you're paying attention. You look down and you notice on Garr this look of, as he makes contact, almost like eyes unfocusing.
I'm
Like
trying to
he's
fight my
like
way
he's
in.
looking. You're trying to what?
Fight my way in.
If I'm gonna wait a second and then ask May, I'm like, is he okay?
I'm not even answering. I am trying to bring myself
I'm gonna try and pull Garr away then.
I actually
Pull
need
Garr's
to.
hand away.
I need to check one thing here because I'm testing a couple new songs.
Oh great, even creepier shit.
Yeah.
I need to turn this up.
Yeah, that'll work.
TTH.
You guys can all do whatever it is you're about to do, but this all happens first. Garr.
Okay.
I would join Zaos and try to rip him away.
Okay. Garr, as soon as you make contact with this, your eyes unfocus as you feel this pulling away of reality. You find yourself sitting in an endless sea of black with a couple inches of water underneath you. You can't see more than 60 feet away from you as it's shrouded in darkness.
Does this remind me of the Great Sea?
Not even a little.
Except for the darkness.
Nope, not even the water.
Okay.
It's 2 inches of water that's almost, it reminds you more of like, the best way to describe it is
Being
almost
in a flooded basement with no lights on.
Exactly that. I was going to say a haunted house. Yeah, it's more like that. Oh my god, it does. Hey, there we go. We got it right. Thank you. No, I was on the wrong scene. That was an old one.
Okay. Sorry.
Yeah, no, that was good. You look out. You're currently on your knees, Garr. Just like hands at your sides. You look out and you can't see further than 60 feet. You see little wisps of shadowy darkness kind of flick out from the distance occasionally.
Show yourself.
Fool. You don't know what you've done.
I may be a fool. I'm not afraid. Not here, not out there. Show yourself.
Right in front of you, from the water itself, this darkness forms, and you see yourself in a shadowy form, this shadow dragonborn, staring back at you. These dark red eyes just merely glowing beneath a mist of shadow.
Clever tricks. What is your name?
You're actually... Okay,
I'm asking it, and I'm using Speak with Dead.
You are... I have to think about order of events here. Make me an initiative roll. Just a dexterity check.
Also, just to be 100% transparent here,
Mm-hmm.
how do I make an initiative? It's just a dex.
It's just a dex check,
right?
yeah.
Ability check. 4.
In that case, I need you to make me a wisdom save. Sorry, no.
What I was getting at real quick was that
Sure.
it doesn't have to answer it truthfully.
Correct.
It just has to answer.
As you feel yourself going to
wisdom save?
cast Speak with Dead, you feel something else happening first, and I changed. It's not actually wisdom; it's a charisma save with advantage because of your because of protection from evil and good. Okay. All of you on the outside. All of you on the outside, May, you included, you see. Actually, let me describe inside first. Garr, you feel this buffet of shadows begin just flowing towards you as you feel your vision locked onto this thing across from you. I need to make you a wisdom save.
Wisdom save.
Though you're putting on a brave face, you're terrified right now of this presence you see before you. You feel tendrils. This isn't actually the frightened condition. This is simply just you. Yeah. Just how you're feeling. It's a good point. It's a good point. But you see, as this almost like shadowy, misty wind continues to just flow towards you, a tendril of darkness latches onto your torso, another one onto your shoulder. And you feel this struggle, this battle back and forth. You guys on the outside, you see an outer portion of the scar begin to fade away and crawl up Garr's hand.
We are trying to rip him away from this shit.
Make me athletics checks.
Together? Individually?
Individually. May, you
Okay.
can't hear. You're tied up.
Motherfucker, I should have been in my fucking suit. I don't even have Flash of Genius. Okay. All
You
right.
got this easy.
Oh!
Holy shit. Okay.
Oh!
-2!
1 second.
I forgot I sucked at athletics. I don't ever use it.
Oh, shit!
Okay. You guys begin pulling Garr away, and as you do, you hear this now. As
They hear that, or I hear that?
outside, the three of you guys hear that. Garr, as you feel Garr pulled back into this grasp, this is far too calm of this.
I told you should have got the theme I use.
Yeah.
Which I'm gonna play for myself.
Hey. Where is it?
Oh god.
I'll give it to y'all if you want it.
That might be helpful. But you know what? In the meantime,
Oops, I almost put it in the wrong chat.
you feel Garr's body being pulled back into this grasp that you can't pull him away from yet. Garr, on the inside, these tendrils latch onto you, and you feel this stall as both wills are fighting against each other.
The darkness that is already inside me is far greater than you.
You think you know? How could you? You've never crossed.
Because you're too scared to even tell me your name.
You feel this like slow movement as this thing begins circling you. This still continuous torrent towards you.
I know what you would do with a name. I know your intentions.
Another torrent flows towards you. Need you to make me another charisma save with advantage.
Whoops.
The paint thing really is good for this.
Yeah.
Thank you.
What is? Oh, hold on.
This is every time. My theme that I use
Oh,
for it.
God, I wish I would have downloaded this. You know what? If you all are
Just
listening
play
to
it.
it, I'm just going to play it. Stream will hear it.
Just play it.
Yeah.
Every time I lose control, this is what's playing, just so y'all know.
Yep.
It's such a good idea.
It's perfect. I need to actually download this.
Oh, Pain's
I
theme?
love it.
Yeah. Pain's theme is great.
It's perfect. Okay. Oh, did you make the charisma save? You did. Huh. Okay.
Don't, huh?
You feel another tendril snap onto you. But you're currently fighting whatever this is. Whatever this is like not gaining ground, but it's really trying to.
What are your intentions, if you know mine?
Simple. Vengeance, power, rage.
Vengeance isn't targeted at random things. Who do you seek vengeance against?
You feel this
I'm
sinking
really
feeling.
trying to compel this thing to. I mean,
I guess at this point you could
I've asked
cast
it
Speak
two
Dead.
questions. Right?
At this point you could have cast Speak Dead.
Yeah.
You said it can't lie, right?
It can. It doesn't have to tell the truth.
Okay,
It's
and
not
it's under
compelled to tell the truth.
it's under no compulsion, right? I thought that's what.
Yeah. Under no to offer a truthful answer if I am hostile to it, or if it recognizes me as an enemy.
I think
Does it recognize me as an enemy? I'm not being hostile. I'm just speaking to it.
Okay, 1 second. I have to think about this. Okay. You see it dip into the water. The torrent of shadow still flowing against you as it pops up a few inches from your face and cocks its head slightly. What was the last thing you asked it?
The last thing I asked it was, who are you seeking vengeance against?
And you, as it pops up in front of you, it sort of, the eyes dart around you, these little beads of red light.
Everything. Perhaps you would be a better vessel.
Continues an onslaught. And
charisma save?
Another charisma save with advantage.
Are we able to do anything outside?
anything?
The two of you guys outside. May, what would you like to do here?
I want to cast a spell.
Okay, as long as it doesn't require somatic. Well, if it requires somatic, I'll have you try.
Only.
Which one?
Command. On Garr.
Let's go.
Can I hear in this state?
You don't have to.
Fuck it, you can hear.
Yeah. Link command
you
for me.
don't have to hear. It just says a creature you can see.
True.
Yeah, link command for me.
And
let's see. Has no effect if it doesn't understand your language. You understand your language.
Yeah.
Oh, that first part's interesting. Okay, sure.
I want my eyes to go white and my irises to reflect a crescent moon as I say the word flee.
Fuck yeah. Okay. I need Garr. In the midst of this, as you feel this struggle with these tendrils of darkness around you, you hear this like cutting through the darkness just beyond as you hear May's voice echo throughout this plane that you're in, this chamber, this place. Flee. I need you to make a wisdom save if you're fighting it. If you're fighting it.
I feel like nothing's happened on my end yet, because I can feel that I'm resisting it, correct?
But it is my voice saying
yes, but you can feel its power. You can feel the power of this thing.
It wants to possess you.
Colonel Evade, does he want to take it away from me?
Zaos and Mavis, did you guys make athletics checks?
Yes, we did. We had the 15 and 18.
Oh no, again, if you're still trying to pull him away.
Question, are the tendrils still continuing to grow onto him?
Little bit, very slowly, yes. As they do, parts of the scar fade away from May.
I hearken back to the words of Mother Evelynn. Protect her. And I disobey.
I am not trying to pull or push him away.
Question.
Mm-hmm.
Is the action of that thing like three-dimensional in the sense that if I tried to block it, or is it more so like
a tattoo on his skin?
It's closer to that. What you see developing on him is the same essence, this raised skin. Although it looks red hot right now as it's transferring, there's nothing to get in between. It's almost as though it's bonding as a part of this process.
Okay, so I'm going to do two things. That I'm going to say to Mavis, get your battle bout on and pull him away. Like the grapple. And then the other thing I'm going to try and do is freeze May's Garr.
Okay.
This might hurt.
With Ray of Frost?
This might hurt. I'm gonna go stronger than that.
Okay.
May is in full panic.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
I'm gonna cast Room's Binding Eyes
Okay, sure.
at 4th level.
Fuck. Sure, okay.
It's gonna hit everything behind May and go into the street and everything.
May, I'm assuming you're not fighting this.
Didn't mean the.
I'm not.
I don't know if I can delete that.
Go ahead and roll the damage, Zaos.
That posted outside the map.
Oh, I'll get that.
Okay.
I would battle bond.
Okay, just regular damage, right?
Yep. May, you feel a sharp pain as suddenly your torso is absolutely
She would
encased.
also be frozen still, as well.
I mean, yes.
Tied up and frozen.
Yeah. Okay.
I would say, because we all know I'm dramatic as fuck, you would see a tear frozen on May's cheek.
Yeah.
Yeah. May, all you can see on Garr from this perspective is unfocused eyes darting back and forth, almost like he's not here.
Yeah, so that's all I'm able
I
to do
already
during
cast
that
my
part.
spell. I'll have to
All
wait
I
till
can do is
next.
battle bond.
Yeah.
I demand it tell me what is your name?
My music stopped. I was like, why is it so quiet?
1 second. Before it answers, I need you to make me one more charisma save with advantage. You see as another blast of darkness goes past you. A tendril slowly crawls its way up your shoulder, attempting to go around your neck. You don't feel it choking you out in any way, almost just like grabbing hold. And you see this shadowy visage of you smirk with a toothy teeth being made of like shadow licking off of this being, this essence. Maybe next time. Whoosh. You feel the shadows stop as you feel the tendrils relax. Not in terms of like, in this moment you realize you fought it off, and it's giving up. You
Not
feel
gonna tell me its name?
I'd be grappling him right about now, probably.
You feel the 60 feet out from you, this darkness close in towards you rapidly as it shrinks to 30 feet, 20 feet, 10. As your vision comes back to you, you look ahead.
Would I have taken that damage too, since I was holding on to me?
It's a line, so he can direct it that way.
Yeah, I directed it very
I'd say you
much.
can take half damage, though, because it would have been through your hand.
I was just curious.
Yeah, no, that makes sense.
Take half.
So 10 points of cold damage. As
And your hands encased in ice.
I'm
as
resistant.
your oh yeah, true. So 5. As you feel your vision return, May, with a tear frozen partway down your face, another one falling down the other one, this panic setting in, you see Garr return. Life. Mavis, your grapple hand pointed towards him,
Yeah.
and suddenly
I can't hear well in this thing.
yeah. And suddenly this hand reaches and pulls Garr away.
Oh wait, my armor class is
You're
a 19.
Do you want your
So it hits you.
Yeah,
Oh, it's a 19, you said?
No,
19.
19.
Oh, so it
It makes contact, but
it doesn't actually pull. Yeah, you feel yourself rooted in place. Garr, do you take your hand off the scar when you're back here now?
At this point, yeah, I would have done this.
Okay.
Because my hand was encased in ice. And I'm like, what the?
Yep. Hold on.
Am I like frozen solid? Like
your torso down
Your torso
is covered in frost. You feel like almost that heat from too much cold, like it's gonna have frostburn on it. Hold on, where's this?
Yeah, you're hindered by frost formation for 1 minute.
Yeah.
Okay.
Immediately once Gar's gone, I would start unthawing you though.
As you pull your hand away, Garr, this darkness flows out of your fingertips and solidifies back onto May's hip, and this scar, the redness ceasing as it returns to just looking like raised skin. May, you can feel your... I don't know actually what you're feeling right now.
You are never doing that again.
I don't need to. I learned what I needed to.
What happened?
I was taken into this vision of sorts, this darkness all around, with water along the floor, where I was confronted by a shadow of myself. And as brave as I tried to be, it was terrifying. But I held my ground while it tried to possess me. That confirms that it is a possession. We have means to remove it. Hopefully.
Do you have the trap? An entity like that after removal?
I need powdered silver.
Would that trap it?
Not removing this until it can be destroyed.
I'd start like
It's
after
quite
defrosting
powerful,
May, untying May as well.
It's-
I know what it is. It's inside of me. I know what it is. I know what it can do.
What is it then?
I can't.
I start untying her.
I can't. I can't.
Already on that.
May.
Yeah. You feel the bindings on you loosen. The frost start to crack away as the natural warmth of the air starts to thaw some of it.
It is everything that I've done wrong in my life.
No, this is an entity. This is not a manifestation upon yourself.
Did it tell you its name?
Somehow it resisted me, which shouldn't be possible. From what I've read, this spell, it's compelled to talk to me.
So it said it had a name and wouldn't tell you, or simply just didn't respond?
It just refused to answer. It would deflect. Say something else.
That's important though. Deflected insofar as I will not tell you my name, or
I asked,
silence?
what is your name? And it would say, maybe next time. Or, I'm not going to give you a name because I know what you would do with it. I know your intentions.
So it had a name though.
So this is a being with a
Apart
name.
from you
And with its name
comes power.
comes power. Hey, I am fine. This
I'm not. And as I say that, and I'm fully untied, I'm going to walk to the other side of the training area, grab my shield and my flail, and then just keep walking.
We're not done, May.
I can't right now.
I cast command.
Do you?
Yeah.
I thought
Okay.
you didn't have that.
No, I do.
Oh.
Yeah, he does. May, I assume you're
tried to
fighting. You're gonna have to make a
How do
wisdom
you
save.
cast command's only verbal, so I can't
Yeah.
even really try and stop him.
No, not really.
I just say halt.
You see May as the magic hits her. She closes her eyes and then just opens them and looks straight at you.
What just happened?
Not now. I'm a turn and keep walking.
You walk into the sanctuary.
Mm-mm.
Oh,
I'm walking out of the goddamn city.
okay.
I'm going on that kind of walk.
Got you. You walk through the sanctuary out into Kradena. The latter parts of summer night hanging in the air, starlight and moonlight overhead. The three of you guys remain in the training grounds here with this sort of disheveled combination of frost bursting through, metal fence, BattleBot just powering down, and Garr feeling a little bit of life return to you. And that's where we're going to end the session for tonight.
Woo-wee! We didn't even make it till tomorrow.
I know. Oh my gosh. Oh.
Damn.
Holy shit.
She is mad.
Okay.
Who knew that was gonna happen like that?
Yeah.
I thought I was. Yeah. Okay.
I'm biggie confused.
Oh my god.
Turn in next week to find out.
Yeah. Holy shit. Okay. Wow. That's not what I expected to happen at all.
Mm-mm.
Good session, y'all. My lord. Okay. I guess I may have to hit you up about some stuff in between now and then. Gia.
Oh, really?
Yeah. Damn. Okay. Well, until then, y'all, let's go on a raid because
Okay.
we're 4.5 hours in. That was
Good shit, y'all.
literally every session I do, y'all just kill it with the RP. So if anybody doesn't have inspiration, go ahead and take it. But I'm pretty sure you all still have inspiration.
And
No.
didn't need to use it at all this session.
That's a
Yeah, the
fact.
nat 20 is coming out left, right, and center. I didn't get a
That was
single one.
insane.
My charisma saves. I thought for sure some of them were failing, but I guess not.
Oh my god. Okay. We're gonna
Most
raid
of them
Sarge.
Really high though.
Bad.
Let's go.
Man. That's a whisper, not a raid. Hey,
The whisper.
Whispering Sarge.
you know it.
Celebrity whisper.
Wait, did that not work? Invalid user. Okay, listen here, Twitch.
Make sure to spell sergeant right, because I can never spell sergeant right.
Yeah, I think it tried to autofill the word channel. Appreciate you, Twitch. All right, then chat. We'll see you guys next week. In the meantime, tune in tomorrow for an absolute fuckery of a session that just fell into
Oh, that's
chaos.
right.
The session before, as the world's literally falling apart.
Ew.
Thank you for the shout out.
I got you.
What the fuck did you guys do?
Oh,
The world is
my God,
I
bro.
ending.
would love to tell you about it personally.
Oh my god.
So much sheep.
But in the meantime, join us on this raid, and we'll see you guys next time. Have a wonderful rest of your night. Peace.
Stay
Bye.
Bye.
Oh man.